As you know, we put out guidances in June as well as October around this, and we've been working with developers of vaccines from the very beginning, helping them sort of expedite the clinical and preclinical development process. So all hands on deck from Dr. Marks's team and the agency with respect to this from the very beginning, allowing for a seamless development process, which helped in the development of the vaccine, and then working very closely with the manufacturers and sponsors as they gathered the data and they decided to make an application. Dr. Marks and his team are to be congratulated for their heroic efforts because they had all hands on deck, had a lot of resources at their disposal, and worked night and day to get through this process in these applications. And after a decision was made about the data and the science and the rationale behind a decision, as well as giving a very detailed description of what providers and people who receive the vaccine would need to have. So yes, it's a concern. We will continue. Dr. Marks and I have been meeting with many stakeholders, certainly with the press as well, to address any concerns that arise and to be very clear and transparent about the processes and the science and the data. We believe that that transparency, as well as the rigorous scientific review that we've done, goes a long way to providing confidence and trust for the American people and FDA and this vaccine.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Alicia Auld with Medscape.
Yes, hi. I wanted to ask you, given your remark, Dr. Marks, about vaccinating teens to prevent transmission, when will we know more about how the vaccine might impact viral shedding and transmission?
Be one, Brother Moses, and we
So it may take
are
a few months before we
live. And this is going to be interesting. In fact, I'm almost certain that they will not allow this information to remain being shared via their platform, which is not my concern. My concern is to do my part and share the information. Real quick. This is live. B1 Brother George Macon. Salute to you. Appreciate you, brother. Love you, man. Now, this is live, and yet what we have is a context that is far richer than what he was able to sum up in those talking points. Safety, efficacy, transparency, they've been with them from the beginning. Throughout this entire process, they have been with them. And while they're here to consider the authorization of these novel vaccines, though they've been here from the beginning, they still say, when will we know more about how the vaccine might impact X, Y, and Z? Now, there's a whole lot of white folks who can call in and have this conversation. They got the phone number to the Zoom conference. I didn't get the phone number. I got the go to the website and for more information, and then it lets you know that they're live. And that's all right. I didn't need the phone number to have this conversation anyway. Who remembers who this is? on my commentary about him saying we shall overcome, calling that virtue signaling for all activists to gear up for our coronavirus response. This U.S. Surgeon General made the B1 news. He warned, we will see more cases. Unfortunately, we are likely to see more deaths on March 10th. He declared February 28th, we had our first community transmission. The virus spreads person to person. This is U.S. Surgeon General. It's our brother. But because that was my last real serious live stream, with the exception of the Marcus Zuckerberg holding the L for deploying voter interference across social media satire, I wanted you to look at this man's face. And I want you to look at his face the same way you look at satire. And every time you see a man like this, think about the L. Because how he's holding the mask sends the wrong message, doesn't it? About how to properly handle protective gear. Before that Zuckerberg stream, my best streams were when I was following closely Dr. Jerome Adams from the White House Coronavirus Task Force around the time of their launching 15 Days to Slow the Spread. That was March 16th. And I shared the National Institute of Health Grants for Health Disparities Research. I shared it then, and I shared it among all the other headlines. Source, Johns Hopkins University, recreated by B1 Brother Moses. The actual screenshots from source type website. This is Dr. Wu and Dr. Hong fighting against the Wuhan virus. Literally Wuhan. And I wanted to call attention to what they said. By doing so, I provided primary sources in the ongoing for the cure discussion. I didn't make up the fact that their names are Wu and Han. I didn't spin a narrative. I gave the sources, and they said several different countries isolated the new coronavirus, so its genetic sequence became available online for use to find the protein that is critical for the virus to infect humans, and to use a portion of that protein to create a vaccine that will generate an antibody response. The goal to prevent the virus from infecting human cells, and that they aim to do that by making a DNA-based vaccine. Kizzy Chu Wu speaks English, Chinese, and Taiwanese. His research interests includes lymphocytes and pathology. Dr. Hong, the associate professor of pathology, research interests. Well, you see it. Gynecology. It's the gynocracy. New Hopkins vaccine in development at Johns Hopkins. That was March 21st, 2020, written by Mark Shapiro. And see, I simply didn't want to just share this information because people shouldn't forget Wuhan. Their experience is actually remarkable, or something to speak of. Shapiro wrote about it by saying it was going to be up to 1.5 years for the vaccine for the virus which causes COVID-19 just to move from the lab to human trials a year and a half. Mark Shapiro knew better than to question Asians in STEM, especially when they're doctors, and never if the lead doctor is speaking fluently in 3 different languages at the same time, presenting research, and has the same damn name as the foreign minister of Taiwan. Just don't question that Asian. Because Shapiro knew he would take an L when there was a whole Wu laboratory that he works from at Johns Hopkins, the primary publisher of the COVID-19 data. To drive the point home, a screenshot from the numbers of cases we were actually seeing then. Because I just want to remind you, I said back then, I said yesterday, the increase is nearly 50,000 more confirmed carriers of the coronavirus. I was alerted by the sheer volume of souls that still is. At 286,932 confirmed cases in the world. And shit, we have that number of lost souls in America alone right now. See, I wanted our race data as a voluntary skilled researcher, and I said it was critical for our safety. Therefore, I share again Coronavirus Updates 2020. Scene, Texas. D Magazine said they were the 3rd least aggressive state and didn't wait for the CDC to get their headline together. They did not cite a government agency at all. They used a Wallet Hub study, inserting the per capita argument into the analysis. Per capita. Pull back the curtain on Texas data now for hospitalizations in Texas with a chart since June 1st. And after, you remember, they were the 3rd least aggressive to even want to test for it. Their red line is 10,000 hospitalizations. The red line shows the number of people in Texas who are infected and hospitalized. How many Americans had to be ordered to stay home? That was news. So my question is, why should we really be relaxed when it comes to delivering this information? Update. We can't relax. And Dr. Fossey joined the discussion on COVID by taking a conversation to the Black community. I mean, why not? They are heavily impacted. Disclaimer. Yes, there are screenshots used from across the web whose works and sites I should have been better at sourcing. All rights reserved to those copyright holders of the material adopted and adapted for this presentation. Fair use protection for purposes of critique and education. Coronanoia update by Brother Moses, March 22nd, 2020. Well, those numbers were suppressed. And if they had not been, well, maybe more people would have learned about some of these stories, like this story here that I started March 22nd, that I shared rather. Presentation started off with 10 different headlines that we might have missed, and I presented them in less than 60 seconds. Those stories reflect separate but equally important lenses. A few of those stories have updates today, like this unemployment projection published March 20th by Jack Kelly of Forbes. See, if you're going to be talking money, you might want to go to Forbes and see what Forbes has to say. They were predicting about 3 million unemployment. CARES Act went through, CARES. And the coronavirus action that was needed to respond to the growing needs of the public was stimulus checks and unemployment extensions and so forth. Also shared was that America responding with increased testing capabilities. The tracking of that data is still a priority, so is open source access by race. Another story was that private companies want to know the results too, despite privacy or consumer protection. You can't just expect patient-doctor confidentiality after testing positive for COVID-19. What you can expect is that some people are just going to share that information on their Facebook anyway, and so it's going to be a weird battle for human rights. The most economically significant story was this one. So good, I had to screenshot the PowerPoint deck containing the screenshots just to show myself that I showed this. BioNTech, Project Lightspeed. When we started hearing about Operation Warp Speed, that should have been our buying signal. You're welcome. B1 Brother Moses, consider me the B1 correspondent mythbuster when it comes to the coronavirus, based on just how much media I consume about this vaccination process. But remember, I became interested in documenting this information because certain questions weren't being asked or answered fast enough while the coronavirus was spreading. Again, you're welcome. I'll be your mythbuster. You're welcome to the folks who like to see more white space and less information. I shared the research from the source. It is available upon request. But what I shared is the source that the CDC used. Dr. McAmer, that as of March 22nd, SARS-CoV-2 could live in the air in between several hours and several days, according to, at the time, Dr. Carolyn McAmer, a cell biologist who specializes in it, coronaviruses. I shared more information about the scientist. I shared, like I often do in debates, in her own words, where she says people need to know this, because she's right on that part. People do need to know this. And I let her debunk the myths about how long coronavirus survives on surfaces. And then I responded with my own thoughts about her answer that SARS-CoV-2 can survive in the air and on surfaces for hours to days, which was her assessment. I said, tell that to those who have to touch a lot of high-touch surfaces every day and require an ever-increasing supply of protective gear because surfaces could have live coronavirus on them, according to her. Better yet, tell that to the Amazon workers who were asking for protection from coronavirus, given the facts provided of how long it can remain on surfaces then. Because as of October 2nd, nearly 20,000 workers tested positive. For coronavirus, workers from Amazon who touch all the packages and make those home deliveries. And the source of that report was CBS. I would consider myself on fire for picking one winning headline from this enormous data lake. Like the Texas story results with 10,000 hospitalizations for those who were third least aggressive. Or like the Amazon workers piece, 20,000 confirmed positive, souls impacted. And the actual number of souls impacted, that I do not know. See, I can say I do not know. Doctors can't. They can't say we don't know. Even if they know the answer. I shared this question and the response from the cell biologist, the doctor lady. The question went from the live viruses surviving on surfaces to whether viruses will survive in warm weather. Of course, the fear then, or in reciprocal, whether or not they will thrive in cold weather. She can't say, yeah, fool, the virus is going to survive Arizona temperatures. She can't just say that. She has to say it's likely based on the data. What she actually said, though, is that there is no evidence one way or the other. She used a source, the New England Journal, and that was the best piece of information she actually provided, in my opinion, of her expert salesmanship. I wish we would have had this sales support from Dr. Fauci back in March. I mean, direct to the Black community. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, just go straight and direct to the Black community. Giving the credit for the creation of the vaccine to a Black woman, Dr. Kizmikia Kizzy Corbett. Now, that's a stretch of the statement, but it did make headlines nonetheless. And I am Mr. Breaking News, sharing the most credible information I can to as many folks as I can in my little bitty network. And that's what I tried to accomplish by spotlighting our brother, Jerome, the Black man, Martin Lawrence reference, U.S. Surgeon General Jerome Adams. He was in the U.S. Coronavirus Task Force, and he went on to make even bigger headlines by referencing, "Do it for your abuela."
Ina, he's coming, okay?
I think you're round in half. I think you're round in half in your mouth.
Bow! I take you back to that presentation where I first covered the future topic, to be or not to be tested first, or vaccinated second, because I can't make that decision for the members of the network. Lastly, I shared the information about the mad doctor of Johns Hopkins who wants to make vaccinations that contain the antibodies from other human subjects. Do I click on this link right here? Do I do another in their own words, or do I just move forward? I'm not playing with you. The Johns Hopkins 30-minute COVID-19 briefing, what you need to know, global confirmed cases, 71,226, 71,226,341, 71,226,341. U.S. confirmed 15,851,735. U.S. deaths now 295,539. And I was speaking at a time when Jerome said we have confirmed our first community transmission. Damn, we could have used that extra push direct to the Black community when I was spotlighting Jerome that Dr. Fauci is saying now with Dr. Kizzy. The 30-minute briefing is over. There's nothing but a black screen. And so I guess that leaves me to be the deliverer of bad news. But I at least wanted to show you where that information could be accessed. And by clicking on the hyperlink built inside the presentation, I wanted to demonstrate the skill I have as a voluntary researcher using the most credible sources they told us to use. And rather than suppressing the number of views the video gets, they should have said thank you so that I could have said, you're welcome. Glad to be your B1 Network Mythbuster. At slide 50, for those who didn't get the notification either for that town hall that was just held, I gotta say, it is a very important meeting. All citizens should have been invited to take the day off in observance of the emergency use authorization paid for by the government directly to every company direct transfer, including companies of one. The government should have paid for it directly to you, the working class, to you, the small business owner, to you, the person who's just interested in obtaining more information rather than less when it comes to their healthcare options. And so it wouldn't be credible if I didn't go to the FDA, since they are the agency responsible for new drugs on the market. The FRBPAC meeting held December 10th. They brought out the ringers. The one you see on the screen here, this is not a small-time coronavirus hope in a bottle pusher right here. This is Dr. Aaron Hall, CDC chief, big chief, respiratory viruses branch, big chief, big pharma drug kingpin, to discuss the logistics as a government official. Not a small-time coronavirus hope in a bottle dealer. This big chief, Aaron J. Hall. Epidemiology Task Force Co-Lead, COVID-19 response. Chief, Respiratory Viruses Branch, Division of Viral Diseases. National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. He's just a part of the mix. And when it comes to the Food and Drug Administration, he needed but tap in. If you look at the very top, you'll see coronavirus vaccine FDA advisory panel endorses Pfizer vaccine after the meeting. But this was the 162nd meeting of the Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee, of which I have now viewed 161 in abstention. Nigga, I ain't seen none of the 161 meetings on biological products. I didn't even come into the knowledge, into the know. I never got the notification until about meeting 162. To discuss the vaccines and related biological products. See, I didn't even know they had those meetings in March. I didn't know that they could call the meeting Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee, or VRBPAC, or Verb Pact. If you like to play on words to remember things, a verb pack. See, a verb pack, they took it and made it a verb. Coronavirus is now a verb. What they're selling is a verb, and they have a pact amongst men and now women, it seems. They have a pact and an agreement on this verb. See, I was late to the game, but when I did watch the 162nd meeting, they were late. They were not on non-people of color time. They were late to start the meeting. They were late, but for me, it was worth it. I was like, don't worry. I'll wait. I'll wait and see if anybody wants to look and see the members on the screen. and then I'll move forward. I'll wait and see if anyone else wants to meet the real kingpins of the drug trade. I mean, the pharmaceutical industry. And the regulators who approve these products. And this Aaron Hall. If I could have asked Aaron Hall a question, I'd have been like, does BNT 162b2 prevent COVID? That would have been the whole question. A whole lot inside of very few words. Does BNT 162b2 prevent COVID? See, Dr. Hall gave the introduction and the summary. He broke it down. The Verb Pack last convened on October 22nd, 2020 to discuss development, licensure, and emergency use authorization of COVID-19 preventive vaccines. Since the October 22nd, 2020 Verb Pack meeting, COVID-19 cases and associated hospitalizations and deaths have increased in the United States and worldwide. On November 20th, 2020, Pfizer submitted an EUA request for the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine BNT162b2, messenger RNA lipid nanoparticle vaccine administered as a 2-dose regimen 21 days apart. Requested use is for active immunization to prevent COVID-19 caused by SARS-CoV-2 in individuals 16 years of age or older. Information submitted within the request requests safety and efficacy data from large, the number 43,000, more than 43,000, randomized, blinded, placebo-controlled phase 3 trial. See, I just wanted to make sure that I was presenting, their words. And my question would have been, does BNT 162b2 prevent COVID? See, I didn't have a lot to say. Everything else was his words, as you see on the bottom right screen. This is Dr. Hall's action. This ain't B1 Brother Moses just yet. Dr. Hall presented this summary. And I'm sharing the screenshots and such live that you may also have access to said documentation. Like what you saw on the 3 previous slides was him actually presenting the FDA, Mr. CDC presenting to the FDA. And the chain of command can get a little fuzzy, but just rock with me. I'm B1 Brother Moses, and I do have a lot of opinions, but before I can even get into my opinion, really, I do believe it's important to share the information, the source. Who is the source? Is it primary? Is it a case study? Is it, is it just a survey collected online or through mail-in ballots? I think it's important to know. And so Dr. Hall in the FDA summary said, as of December 8th, over 14.8 million cases of COVID-19 and over 280,000 COVID-19 associated deaths reported in the United States. But as I just showed you, the number is now over 290 something. And so when an additional 20,000 souls are impacted, that's news. But they don't want to just keep showing another 20,000 impacted souls, another 20,000 impacted souls. Essentially, when the rate to which daily confirmed cases has exceeded 280,000, which is the number of total COVID cases at the time of my original presentation, when they were calling it the Chinese or calling it the Wuhan virus. And so because they were calling it that, I did the research and wanted to point out, damn, it actually literally is a Dr. Wu and his associate, Dr. Han, and they work at Johns Hopkins. And that's when I started sharing the data, or at least took interest in sharing the data, which led me to the premise of saying, man, I'm gonna need this data broken down by race, or I just won't be motivated to keep publishing this shit. But Dr. Hall, that's his job. And he said, based on several prevalence surveys and models. So he's telling us what he's using as the basis. He said it was surveys and models based on sero, and I think that has something to do with blood, and then prevalence, the number of, or how many are within, so they're looking at the number of how many of something's within something, sero prevalence. I don't know, but I can Google that. Whether I know the big words that Aaron Hall uses or not, I can get the gist of it. I can muddle my way through a presentation on what the hell these white people are talking about. Excuse me. He said total estimated number of infections is 2 times to 7 times greater than reported cases. 2 to 7 times greater than the number reported. He said this on December 10th, 2020. This isn't old information, but it probably just didn't get the headlines. Infections are 2 to 7 times greater than the number reported. And the only way that I can drive that point home is to once again show you the number of global cases that were actually reported and let you do the math yourself. At the measure of, I don't want you to feel too bad, he says, but, and but is supposed to negate everything said in the original premise. He says, but in most states, it's less than 10% of population that has evidence of previous infection. And I told you why they use the words evidence and why they say, well, there is no evidence. There's no evidence. Just like a debate tactic when they ask, well, what is your source? And just wants to make sure I'm giving you the most credible sources that they're telling us to look at. Of course, he says factors associated with increased risk for severe COVID-19 disease include older age, racial and ethnic minority group membership, and specific underlying medical conditions. So why would I be wrong for asking for race-based data if Dr. Hall is the one that says the factors associated with increased risk for severe COVID-19 disease include older age, racial, and ethnic minority group membership? I know that there are certain medical conditions that are more prevalent and seroprevalent in the Black community, and when it comes to creating content for the members of our network, the B1 network, we do want that data broken down in advance so we can start the conversation with the Black data first. And of course, as you work through bureaucracy, you have to have some form of line that says ongoing. You got to use that language, ongoing. Surveillance, we know that that includes the Telecommunications Act, Patriot Act, the privacy, and including those who just share on Facebook, I tested positive for COVID-19. As if that was any of the folks in their networks, friends, family, mostly on Facebook, as if it was any of their business. It says that ongoing surveillance and studies, epidemiologic studies, will inform further development and implementation of vaccines. Continued need for non-pharmaceutical interventions. I know this was an appeal for collaboration that is bipartisan across the aisle because they wanted to make sure, and I always use this logic, what they put first is the one they think matters the most. And when it comes to non-pharmaceutical interventions, the one they said matters to most is mask use, physical distancing, hand hygiene, environmental disinfection. Now that is Dr. Hall. And that was a long meeting with a whole bunch of people saying a whole bunch of nothing. But someone who finally asked a reasonable question, as you see about halfway in, is this small-time pusher here? What he presented, well, it's complicated and must be unpacked loquaciously. Not all the way through A through F, but to pick one or two of these letters for a deeper dive in this stream of consciousness. Dr. Stephen Goodyear. Oh, excuse me. I would rather say Dr. Stephen Goodyear because it helps my conscience from not having to call this a good man. I'd rather call this a small-time pusher. I mean, we are talking about the drug business. Let's call them what they are. See, I had a couple of questions for Dr. Hall. The one that I shared was whether or not the vaccine even works. And he also asked a reasonable question. But his question is a multi-tiered question. And so if you look at number 2 on the slide, at what point should trial participants be given access to the vaccine? And we'll just take a couple of letters. A, whenever they ask. So essentially the question is, should trial participants be given access to the vaccine? A, whenever they ask. My response is, well, for the amount of money that we spent on R&D, manufacturing, and distribution of these products, yes. Every trial participant in these clinical studies where they consent to be human subjects for vaccine candidates. I say for the amount that we've spent on R&D, because we've already paid for it under the Trump administration. I'm saying that, but I'm going to show you later. C is the other line that says, when vaccination, and I'm reading this word for word from their slide, since they also like to use slides. I use slides, they use slides, so I'm reading word for word from their slide. It says, letter C, when vaccination becomes available in their area for people like them. And that's a question. Can't make this shit up. The caption during the screenshot, potentially in ongoing and upcoming clinical trial, is what was missing. Potentially in ongoing and an upcoming clinical trial. Remember, there's Pfizer there, big fish. And it's the entire pharmaceutical industry that is being represented in this race for the cure. I'm gonna be one brother Moses. I'm just giving you the update. Whether YouTube allows the stream to continue or not. And I did the research while it was live, and I am continuing that process today. See, because then Steve Goodyear, because I refuse to call this a good man. I'd rather call this a small pusher who got up there and talked about considerations for placebo-controlled trial design if an unlicensed vaccine becomes available. That to me sounds like some black market shit. Stephen Goodyear, who I refuse to call a good man because even though he's associate dean of clinical and translational research and professor of epidemiology and population health and medicine, he just got all, just throw all of those in there. Population health and medicine wants to tell us that it is the right thing to do with the placebo group. What is the right thing to do with the placebo group? What is the right thing to do with the placebo group? I'll still call him Doctor. Dr. Steve, if I may, went into an extended diatribe on an ethical dilemma. He said it's a choice between two actions that are both justifiable. He said it's a competition between two rights, a competition between human rights, a competition between civil rights. The civil rights of me, the civil rights of my doctor, the civil rights of all Americans. He said it's a competition between two competing rights. He said a competition between two rights. Before he said it, though, he said, I'm not the expert in ethics consulting, but I do have a group of ethics consultants that I worked with in the development, in the preparation of this presentation. And then he went to name drop one of the ethic consultants that he worked with, which is Dr. Nancy Cass, PhD, Vice Provost of Education, Professor of Bioethics and Public Health at Johns Hopkins. And I just wanted to make sure that I was giving you the screenshots to the size that fit your screen so that if you decided to take a screenshot, it still looks neat enough to re-jog your memory about what was going on with the vaccination. See, he's not the ethics guy, but he has ethics friends who advised him, not just doctors to add, by the way, also economists. And when it comes to vetting the expert information that we receive, that's where the discussion is actually elevated. The conversation can go from professional to way too comfortable, way too quick. So fast even that we end up skipping the part where we ask legitimate questions like, what is the source of the information? Who is that? See, that said the nicest way possible. It hasn't moved from professional to controversial downhill, but if it did go downhill in a chat room, you might see it written out as WSIGAF. These are legitimate questions. What is the source? When they tell you who the source is, you ask, who is that? And then finally, do not forget to ask the question just because it's a bit controversial. Don't be muted. Don't be silent. You should want to know, why should I give underline A, meaning one? And there should be no censorship on the F. Shouldn't be censored just because it's controversial information or that there's a right and a right, and both of those rights are competing. Well, Moses has the right to say it, and they have the right to censor it, but Moses has the right not to be censored because of free speech, but they have the right to protect the public. And The two rights that compete. That's why you should. I'm sorry, I didn't say why you should. I said, why should I, Brother Moses, give a underlined one fuck? And that's why I had to capture a screenshot of the presentation itself with the title at the top that says Thoughts on COVID Vaccination, to show myself that I was doing the work when the work needed to be done, and then using the backup sources that people like to use. See, I like social media. I am not against pulling up the social media records of a said specialist or expert, like Dr. Goodyear, who I refuse to call Dr. Goodman based on my research. Based on my research, what we seem to find, not just with the tweets, that they're interested in machine learning and causal inference, machine learning and causal inference. And that one's not even the big one. The big one was this clinical trial data sharing, perspectives from actual participants, and PCORI. See, when it comes to rights versus rights, of course, we need to listen to somebody who's been able to craftily maneuver their way into being the person whose rights aren't infringed while looking at someone's consent away their personal and privacy rights. Clinical trial data sharing, perspectives from participants. I mean, this Dr. Goodyear was able to get health-related data on clinical trial participants all the way down to the race because he asked for it. It could be because he has doctor friends and experts who've told him about bioethics. They advise him so that he can advise the people who are approving these biological products. See, I just didn't want you to skip past the part where we ask those legitimate questions like, what is the source? Who is that? See, that one could have escalated quickly to a WTF is that? Who the fuck is that? But once it's already escalated, it's the question that's actually being asked that's seldom answered is, why should I give a fuck? Why should I give a fuck about Dr. Steve Goodyear, who B1 Brother Moses refuses to call a good man? Let me run that back just to make sure I didn't miss anything here and cut anything out of the slide. All right. I know that's difficult there, that the slide remained on that screen for so long because we've become conditioned to only want headlines only. And the problem with doing media is that so much of the context is left out, as people prefer a shorter soundbite. My wife even told me, I can't listen to everything that you do because those streams be long. But it's problematic, the commercialization of headlines. It cheapens the information, it cheapens the research, and the commercialization conditions audiences to only seek cheap headlines. But if you want an expensive headline, we can present those too. For more in-depth analysis of the news, subscribe. If they keep my channel in operation, that is, because there are people who can decide between whose rights are right when it comes to privacy and free speech. And those people don't even have to be a part of the Supreme Court. Not at all. They can tell the Supreme Court what they should be thinking about when it comes to how we think about free speech in America and who has that right. And they can say that, well, Americans at the end of the day do not have the right to free speech on our platform, but they cannot say Americans don't have the right to free speech. They can say all that and give it all the word candy, while at the same time taking away the right of Americans to have free speech. I just wanted to make that make sense to you in the same way as I make this next headline make sense. 32 billion in COVID-19 vaccine sales in 2021 alone for Pfizer and Moderna. This is my money slide right here. Forgive the length of this slide in advance, but it's the money slide for those who follow me. Walk with me through this legal dope hustle perspective. Pfizer, already a massive player, big fish, and America needed more hope in a bottle. After all of the corona-noia had set in, the American pharmaceutical company just needed to ask the government to hashtag cut the check. And the biggest drug deal that I've ever gotten to witness live and direct in full transparency, as they like to say, the biggest drug deal I have ever seen in my life went into full force. Because they asked, the pharmaceutical companies that is, vaccination candidates' successes are going to be held as a legacy-defining big win for science and for humanity, and for the Trump administration, and for the industry, and for all of those lives who are touched, essentially everyone. Bill Gates did get his way. And even before Pfizer announced that they achieved the first authorization in the world for the vaccine that combats COVID-19, December 2nd, 2020. Let me slow this down. Before the sales pitch to the American sponsors and the American investors and American investigators and American bankers and American households. I mean, before the VRB pact was officially signed, live participants at their hearing at the biggest drug kingpin rally, the biggest drug kingpins told our regulatory body, the FDA, approve our product anyway. They didn't answer the question. They basically just said, approve our product anyway. CNN business reports that although Pfizer's stock has barely budged, partner BioNTech is booming. Its US listed shares have spiked nearly 300%, pushing the German. Wow. In my notes, I actually put a profanity right there. But pushing the German company's valuation to nearly $30. I said, bitch, even in my notes. Comparable to Moderna, which had the biggest Moderna had the biggest Moderna had the biggest biotech IPO in history. You know you're telling the truth when you get the hiccups, right? BioNTech, Pfizer's partner, who achieves the first authorization in the world for a vaccine to combat COVID-19. That same BioNTech is comparable to the competitor Moderna. Moderna, which had the biggest biotech IPO in history in late 2018. It's comparable based on market valuation or market cap. For Moderna, the market cap soared from $6.6 billion to $28 billion this year. And it's not an apples to apples by far comparison to Pfizer, which is big fish. Because while Moderna, who had the biggest IPO for a biotech company in history, soared from $6.6 billion to $28 billion this year, Pfizer boasts, and it's not apples to apples once again, $5.8 billion in total revenue, and that was 2019. See, I call them the biggest drug kingpins, and I just wanted to make sure people understood that we're talking billions. But it's an unfair fight. And so the government's come in when you're talking about the rights of one individual versus the rights of another individual, and that competition in the market. Friday, December 11th, at the time of editing, you'll see a couple of screenshots here, but I'm just going to start reading and stop speaking because the truth gave me hiccups. Reading beyond the headlines, the UK regulatory body authorizes their supply of messenger RNA vaccine, and the company is ready to deliver the first doses immediately. Their partner, BioNTech, Morgan Stanley, projects $19 billion in COVID-19 vaccine revenue for 2021, split between them and BioNTech, the German company it partnered with. Yet, while their stock, Pfizer stock, is as high as it's ever been, it's not peaking like their competitors. Flashback to March 22nd, my presentation, BioNTech. Germany-based struck 2 deals. I shared it then, but the source deserves the credit again, BioWorld. And since we're talking about bioethics and pharmaceutical trade and big business, let's look at the information again. I said Europe left to fend for itself. BioNTech, this wasn't mine. On the right is the actual screenshot from the source BioWorld. It was 5 days before my presentation. Mainz, Germany-based BioNTech struck 2 deals, and it's, what is it called? Project Lightspeed. One for inside China and one for outside. Now I tell you, this is the biggest drug deal I have ever seen in my life. All things considering, remember specifically the event where the president brought the task force out to announce 15 days to flatten the curve, slow the spread. And in hindsight, remember the Trump administration took flack for their remdesivir remarks later on this year. That 15 days would have expired at the end of the month. So what happens next? In April, after the suppression of one of the best videos I've ever published. Many remember the shutdowns and the subsequent lockdown protests, the storming of capitals by armed militia, because they have rights, and that the shutdown was a violation of their human rights. And in order to defend their rights, they would storm the capital of Michigan with M16s and AR-15s because they needed to have a conversation with the source. Others remember January 26th, the day Kobe and Gigi died. And they remember that day even more than they remember that 3 days later announcement by the Coronavirus Task Force or the global declaration of the emergency from the United Nations by Director Tedros. That was also headline media. Most of the people on my network know they saw the social justice and the activism happening after April 1st because they were already tuned in. Let's see. There was Ahmaud Arbery, February 23rd, Brunswick, Georgia. There is Breonna Taylor, March 13th, Louisville, Kentucky. And then George Floyd, May 25th, Minneapolis, Minnesota. See, we can all remember that those headlines were made. And many will remember those headlines even more than they remember the dates. We should all remember how hypocritical it was when they say police were executing multiple search warrants in connection to a drug warrant investigation. And we should always remember it as hypocritical and connected to the Hippocratic Oath as we continue to observe and document the real trap kingpins. Billions of dollars. My thing is, don't believe me. Ask Johnson Johnson them about the $456 million question. March 30th, followed by an HHS investment commitment, i.e. political capital. Ask Health and Human Services about their investment of $480 million. Excuse me, I said there, that's our money. That's ours. But ask Health and Human Services about our investment of $1 million. To who? For what? Well, that's Moderna's candidate for a vaccine, which began phase 1 trials March 16th. You add that 15 days, and there you'll have 31 days in March. See, for me, I kind of take it as a grain of salt. I say Moderna asked the $1 billion question, and Pfizer, well, that was a misc at the time. See, while I was watching new details emerge in the chaotic moments after the Breonna Taylor shooting and how they were releasing camera footage of those police officers telling the brother Kenneth Walker, you better get your ass down here, in other words, and then threatening him. Man, if you don't bring your ass down, I'm gonna stick this dog on you. After killing Breonna Taylor, shooting her 6 times. Some say 7, some say 8. But I was watching closely. And I believe I am also guilty of watching that story but not finding a good balance. See, I saw BioNTech in March, but I stopped watching Moderna and Vertex and Regeneron. And so here I'm going to show you while I could have a watch list, I am not a stake. I have zero stake in either of these companies. But at least for the sake of record, I wanted to show that I saw it coming. I was watching the millions and the billions roll off of the press. April 16th, 483 million in support of the Moderna vaccine. You see the learning curve on the left, and then the top. HHS made it available, and they even give you a hyperlink there if you want to click on it and get more information. It's available in a downloadable PDF format. They ain't hiding shit. May 21st, HHS announced a 1.2, not million, $1 billion AstraZeneca candidate funding. See, July 7th, Regeneron, $450 million HHS announcement for a company that's already $497 a share. And that's their US stock price. If I just wanted one share of the Regeneron, not the product itself, the vaccine, I guess if they bought 100 doses, you would just simply divide that 400 some odd million by the 100 million and see that they paid $4 and whatever it was, 58 some odd cents for it. We could do it this way since people like headlines. HHS responds to $6 billion questions from coronavirus vaccine candidates. Now, remember, this is just about, I want to use this as a candidate to fight against coronavirus. I'm going to use the studies and I'm going to use my product. And the government says, yeah, let's get 100 million doses of that, whatever it is. But if we do it this way, maybe people can appreciate it. The month of July, HHS announced funding for 100 million doses of Regeneron's COVID-2 vaccine candidate, $450 million of an investment. There was also 100 million doses of Novavax that HHS invests in for $1.6 billion. Oh, I'm sorry. Without further ado, B1 Brother Moses, your Mythbuster, wants to present the vaccine stock headlines you may have missed. Pfizer asks the $1.95 billion question on July 22nd, 2020. HHS announced funds for 100 million doses, including large-scale manufacturing and nationwide distribution in the deal. CNN business report link available by request, but it is www.cnn.com/12/business/Pfizer vaccine COVID Moderna revenue index.html that says Pfizer is expected to take in $19 billion in 2021, 9.3 billion more in combined COVID-19 vaccine revenue in 2023 and 2022. And that's according to Morgan Stanley projections. Some more chat code there. HMITS G2CM. HMITS G2CM. I'll give you a hint. The S is shit. But this is $1 billion question. And it's a question that anybody who feels like they're being sold a bill of defective or placebo goods should want to know. HMITS G2CM. And the S is for shit. And if you do basic math, which isn't exact and it's not a speculation or a projection, this is not stock advice. But if I just did the simple $1.95 billion question divided by the 100 million doses, I would say this shit is going to cost me $19.50 each dose. GlaxoSmithKline asked the $2 billion question on July 31st, the same month that Pfizer asked the $1.95 billion question. And I guess it's easy just to throw another $500,000 on there if it's for the right person asking the $500,000 question. And see, I didn't want to single anybody out, which is why I said HHS announced. Health and Human Services announced it. Funds to support advanced development for 100 million doses, including clinical trials and large-scale manufacturing. Johnson Johnson them asked a $1 billion question on August 5th, 2020. What were you doing August 5th, 2020? Because Johnson Johnson was asking a $1 billion question. And the HHS announced funds to support advanced development for 100 million doses. Advanced development for 100 million doses, including clinical trials for Janssen's, which is going to be their coronavirus candidate. See, they want them clinical trials to be fully funded. They want all liability to be somebody else's, just not theirs. See, they have the right to sell hope in a bottle. And if any participant of a clinical trial wants their brand of hope in a bottle, the participant should be able to ask. And in order to make sure that any participant in any clinical trial has the vaccine candidate of choice, well, you're going to need large-scale manufacturing. You're going to need Johnson & Johnson to ask the $1 billion question. Pfizer started at less than $1 per share. I should have underlined A just to show it was singular. Less than a single dollar per share when they IPO'd. Screenshot December 12, 1980, 90 cents USD. That's not bad. $1 per share. If somebody would have told you that you can get in at $1 per share, you'd have been like, yeah, that's pretty cool. $1, let me get about 10 of them. And then I won't even think about it. I put it in my kid's name at $1 per share. The stock price remained less than $5 per share for over 10 years. And the stock price today is, or was, I haven't checked today, like as in right now, but it was still less than $50 per share. It's come a long way. Founded in Brooklyn, 1849. It's been a long time coming for Pfizer. They've been around since slavery. And I guess just because they've survived so long, they deserve a $1.95 billion bailout from the federal government. Screenshot September 20th, 1991 at $5.13 after more than a decade. 10 years later, they finally clipped $5 a share. So that $1 that you had, that you just put away and you got 10 stocks, it finally, after about 11 years, was $5 a share. So that you bought for $1 was finally $5 per share. It's been a long time coming. It took more than 10 years to go from $1 to $5. And it surpassed $5 in 1991. It's still under $50 and it passed $5 back in the 1900s. But the competitor that asked the $1 billion question and received taxpayer funding, Moderna, the same Moderna that CNN business correspondent Matt Egan wrote about, the same one he says is expected to rake in $13.2 billion in COVID-19 vaccine revenue next year. That same competitor, when it comes to their stocks, well, as you see on the screen, their stock has really been climbing up the chart since their biotech's largest in history 2018 IPO. Are they actually chart climbers? Yes. Specifically since March 6th. As you see, screenshot is in the background here from the New York Stock Exchange via Google. March 6th, they were at $29.61. And they passed $100 a share on a Monday in November. That's not just according to Matt Egan. This is actually, once you do the research, you see Monday, November on the left side, $1.01 is when Moderna passed $100 a share. But somebody could have missed that. Somebody could have missed where Matt Egan of CNN Business says shares have skyrocketed nearly 700% this year. And somebody may have missed that. Somebody may have missed that the stock increased nearly 700% this year, because it wasn't in the headline itself. It was buried in the actual information. And if there wasn't somebody to share more information, then it wasn't going to be available. And the information definitely wasn't going to be available if there was a big brother who said, nigga, you're not credible to speak on this subject matter. And really said nigga. And so, because I'm not the one who's credible to speak on it, I'll just keep giving you the sources. Expected to rake in $13.2 billion in COVID-19 revenue and $10 to $15 billion off of vaccine sales in both 2021 and 2022, followed by billions more in booster sales. Egan says these are staggering sums for a company that generated just $60 million in sales in 2019. And see, somebody may have missed that. That company Moderna, which generated just $60 million in sales in 2019, did receive this government bailout despite having a stock portfolio that was looking pretty good. They had the biggest IPO. They came out priced way more than I can afford. I'll definitely tell you it wasn't $1 a share, and it definitely did not take Moderna 5 years at $1 per share growth rate. And they definitely wasn't even here in the 90s. We wasn't shooting ball in the gym with Moderna. They don't go back to slavery with us, nigga. but they still got that bailout. I'm sorry, they still got the investment dollars. I'm sorry. That's our money. I have a right to know. And so I just wanted you to know that I'm talking about Moderna here because no, it wasn't Moderna who was at the emergency authorization or the emergency use authorization meeting. It was Moderna who is up next. And so you should know about Moderna. And there is tons of research available. I've just given the screenshots available for you here. So hit the screenshot if you know how to screenshot on your phone, if you're listening via phone. And when you get some time, look at, there's so many sources. The first one that I want to talk about here as we deep dive on Moderna. 13th, 2018, that clinical trial data sharing perspectives from participants. That's a good one that I've highlighted, and I could jump to it right now, or I could let you do your own research, but there's the date and the who. We can easily get into the what. September 21st, 2018, the NIH non-human primate evaluation. That's a good story. And that story I actually want to send to another YouTube content creator that I'm familiar with, Brother Taz. I want to send it to him because non-human primates, man, there's a lot there. They were running out of monkeys in the lab. I can't make this shit up. The numbers of lab non-human primates, how they're used in clinical trials for new drugs and all of that. Oh yeah, that research got deep, but there's a lot of rabbit holes you can go down, like the color of COVID, for instance, July 27th, 2020, as we continue to demand race-based data. ChicagoTribune.com, clinical trials for a COVID-19 vaccine must include race-based data. That comes out of Chicago. You know they gonna ask for it. Also July 29th, 2020, IDSociety.org. There was a letter urging inclusion of people living with HIV in COVID clinical trials. People, a representation of people living with HIV was like, hell nah, Moderna, you can't exclude us from these trials. But remember, Goodyear, who I refuse to call good man, he wanted to tell us about ethics. He wanted to tell us that there are two rights competing right there. And in this case, it was the rights of those individuals living with HIV to be included in the clinical trials versus Moderna's right to say, hell no, I don't want your ass in my trial. The condition that you're living with complicates the results beyond substantiation. But if you like CBS News, they have those Moderna COVID vaccine trial lacks Black participants. They were firing at Moderna. And somebody may have missed it. September 11th, 2020, there's so much that can happen on September 11th that someone may have missed when the NPR.org said the vaccine trials are at warp speed, but minority recruitment. October 6, 2020, somebody may have missed the NBC News special, Moderna vaccine trial contractors. See, Moderna said it's not us, but we have third-party well, they didn't say it. I'll tell you what they said, but you know how it is. The games that they played, the contractors failed to enroll enough Black and Latinx participants. For me, I'm saying we want the data for the Blacks. All the way into October 13th, 2020, still asking the same questions, Helio.com. Who is being left out of COVID-19 research? October 22nd, 2020, investors.modernatx.com. Moderna completes enrollment of phase 3 Cove study. Now that's the one. I didn't highlight it there. I just highlighted it with my voice inflection. See, I didn't have to highlight it on the screen for it to be highlighted. And then November 13th, 2020, the thing that they always do up in Boston, Boston Globe, they cape so hard. COVID-19 vaccine studies point the way for clinical trial diversity. See, so what that says is we want to acknowledge that it did not have diversity reflective of the actual numbers of minorities being impacted by the coronavirus. No, the clinical trials wasn't representative of what was actually happening. The clinical trials representation was, well, it was highlighted by Moderna. So it's primary source time. Moderna, now available on primary source type Moderna website. Information seekers can read the details about their phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trials. Moderna's prophylactic vaccine candidate, as we see advertised on the right, elicits neutralizing antibodies against all 9 viruses they've tested it against. Remember, the billion-dollar question being asked is, can your vaccine candidate prevent SARS-CoV-2? And so to answer the question, they said, well, we have a vaccine candidate that neutralizes antibodies. No, they say it elicits neutralizing antibodies against all 9 viruses they've tested it against. The Moderna investor information is meticulous. You see what I did there? Had to get you all the way built up on investor information and stocks because the source itself, Moderna investor information, that's a walk down. If you allow me to walk you down, it includes dose levels. And I was interested in learning about the participant demographics to gauge Black participation in their clinical trials, because as you see, there had been a lot of media saying, where are the Black folks? Where are the Black folks? And we don't just take people's word for it because that's what they put in the headline. The key takeaway is that they have actually published the information. It's up to us to share it if it's this is. 1,900 healthy volunteers enrolled in phase 1. Participant treatment options included Moderna's products, obviously, and Moderna was kind enough to share their early patient outcomes online for our review. It says there were 3,000 African American participants in the Cove study, which makes up about 10% of the total participants. The Cove study reports over 8,000 participants with chronic diseases. So there was no reason to disclude those who may have chronic diseases such as asthma, which was the actual first question that I would have wanted to ask Dr. Allen Hall. Rather than just take another Hall, I would have wanted to ask Dr. Allen Hall about the studies that were asthma specific, just so that he could have shared the information. Oh, if you want more information about the clinical trial candidates, which are the vaccines themselves, and how they tested against people, existing conditions, or participants, that is, with chronic diseases such as asthma. See, you want to be able to drill down that information. Let's say it was the son who has the asthma, and now you're considering which care option your family should have. If you're given the choice between all of those candidates whose stocks are a lot more pricey than I can afford, B1 Brother Moses, but amongst all of those vaccine candidates, at whatever the cost, if you got the choice, wouldn't you want to know which one actually tested and verify the test results against the chronic disease that your child actually has? Wouldn't you want to know that? The interesting thing about the COVE study and its 8,000 participants with chronic diseases is that their phase 1 was published to the same source, the New England Journal of Medicine, for international science community observation. It's the same source, time and time again, I see used. Now let's get into it. I didn't make it through the first bullet before having a lot of my questions answered. Not sufficiently, but they were at least answered. The clinical trial for Moderna is a 2-dose vaccination schedule of messenger RNA 1273. There are 3 different dose levels provided. Dose level of 25, a dose level of 100, and a dose level of 250 UGs. Phase 1 was done with 45 healthy adults. Phase 1 wasn't that complicated. And the adults were healthy, by the way. I made it through the second bullet. Neutralizing antibody titers. Know a lot about tits, not about titters. Cows have tits. Are those teats? Or maybe this is actually pronounced a teeter. I don't know. I'm just supposed to believe that they know, and they used titter. Some people like Twitter. They like to tweet. And I wasn't sure what a titter or a teeter is. So like most people, I asked, what are titters for in immunizations? The people also ask, what are titters for immunizations? Response? Well, an antibody titer blood test is used to determine if you had previous infections and whether or not you need certain immunizations. So to make this make sense, 45 adults were healthy. They got a 2-dose vaccination of messenger RNA 1273. The vaccination came across 3 different UG dose levels. They were already healthy. And so the test was to see the number of antibodies and those antibodies that you can see, are they actually winning the war against SARS-CoV-2? Are they able to latch on and prevent the coronavirus from spreading itself? I know I had to slow it all the way down for them. It's not necessary, but I had to slow it all the way down, which is why I put the graphic in the background so that it's hopefully not so cumbersome as I slow it down. Their test, 25, 100, and 250 UG doses in 45 healthy adults, was to see if messenger RNA 12 elicited an antibody response, and they essentially wanted to know how many antibodies they could see for the analysis. They called out what was important. Hispanic Latinx participant rate in the COVE study. They called out that the Black participant rate, well, that was about 10%. The COVE study reports detecting the presence of T cells in 100% of evaluated participants. You're supposed to be clapping and saying, yeah, it's going to work. But unfortunately, the test is to detect the presence of T cells. Bullet number 3. You know what? I'm not even showing you the bullets, am I? Didn't want you to think that I was making this shit up. Bullet number 3. In the live SARS-CoV-2 PRNT80 assay, I say the live SARS-CoV-2 PRNT80 assay. See, some of this is for the scientists and the doctors, but some of it, like where they say the day 43 geometric mean titter level, day 43 geometric mean titter level. I don't need to know what a titter level is to be able to say, well, damn, it took until day 43 to see the levels that you're talking about here. And say, yeah, I can understand why you saw 100%, or why you detected, T cells in 100% of the cases you evaluated. I can see 100%. Especially when you look at day 43. But if you only listen to the headlines, and then they got specific. They said at the phase 3 selected dose of 100 UGs, which were 4.1 fold above the levels of T cells detected. And then they reference convalescent sera, the number of which is 3. This next one blew my mind. So 4 times more T cells at day 43 using 100 UG dose. Got it. Hopefully that settles in with you for day 43 if you take away anything. 4 times more T cells were seen, and they were using the 100 UG dose. If any of that information means something to you, got it. For me, I was more interested in the live SARS-CoV-2 PRNT80 assay and that jargon. But that one wasn't as interesting as this next one, though. Bullet number 4, which also has language that is less clear. Bullet 4. In the pseudovirus. All right, now you definitely got my attention. Pseudovirus, nigga. I didn't want you to think I was making this shit up, which is why I drew out this entire long conversation about it. The last bullet answers the question, what the hell are they injecting me with? Vaccination, messenger RNA 1273. But pseudovirus and live SARS-CoV-2 PRNT80 assays. We clear, I showed you. You see that, right? Hopefully I got your attention with that, because what happened after the people got the shot, that is a legitimate question. I'd say it plainly because there are $1 million words literally throughout this document that Moderna published. And for them, it just so happens to be $1 billion words. I mean, billions and billions of dollar language that they wanted to make sure they got right. And so when they say smart people are going to market it in even simpler language, like symptoms of Moderna injection are relatively small. See, they'll say, what are the symptoms of Moderna? They'll market this. They will sell this product based on the information that we see here today. And that's whether or not my video is left up or not. And so because they're going to sell the product anyway, I just want those in my informed on what this product, you know, I'm asking the question, what is it? Oh, it's messenger RNA. Yeah, and what is that? And then they want to tell me about messenger RNA, and that's not what I'm talking about here. What the hell is in that? You know what it is? I've locked in on the conclusion that if they can talk about pseudoviruses, then I can talk about hope in a bottle. And if they have every right to sell it by simply saying there was a mild reaction, then I have every right to share the information about what those reactions actually are. What were the symptoms? Thanks for asking. B1 Brother Moses, Mythbusters. According to the report, headache, fatigue, and chills. Participants in the study submitted. The right side bullet notes are definitely intriguing if you just go off of the $1 billion words like they started off with. They say the most notable adverse events. What adverse events? Man, come on, use plain language. You say, well, we don't have to use plain language. We're talking to scientists. When we're ready to sell it, we will say the symptoms were, or they'll say the known symptoms are. And they'll say no evidence suggests severe reactions to our vaccine candidate. I thought the right side bullet notes were intriguing. They put adverse events in parentheses like that's important, AE being the acronym for adverse events. And they said 3 of 14 participants reported 1 or more severe AE, because that could be misinterpreted as unsettling data if people are like, damn, 3 of 4 participants, 3 out of 4 participants, you mean 3 out of 14, 3 out of every 14 any systemic symptom. Now, again, that could be misinterpreted and unsettling data. 21% at the 250 dose, man, we got to throw that away. That sounds like 1 out of 5, when actually, hold on, 21.4%. As you look at the chart here, or their big mapped out graph, the two, what is that color? Pink and lighter peach or something like that? And then we see the dose group was broken down in 25, 100, and 250 UG doses. And then the number of participants, 15. And then out of those participants, what percent reported mild adverse events? And then the adverse events relate to the specific symptoms that they've outlined. And then so, for example, the 21.4% came into play at the darker shaded 2 in the very first any systemic symptom group. And it came in at the 250 UG dose. We see 14.3 had mild symptoms. 64.3% had moderate symptoms, and then 21% had severe, and they'll call out the 21 and say it's severe. 3 people though. And they'll say, but it was 3 out of 14. And that could be alarming. Except that is inclusive of anyone who had any symptom. They'll look at the 100 dose if they want to walk it down and go beyond what was presented in the headline. And they'll say, well, at the 100 dose, 80% of people or 80% of the participants said moderate adverse events. And so again, the information can be misinterpreted if you don't take the time to break this shit down. I gave you the first example of how to walk it down, and now that I said what's on the screen, I'll restate it again in the simplified version that people like to hear. Based on the data, the 3 people suffered severe chills, nigga. 2 of which experienced fatigue and chills, and 1 participant who claims to have experienced every symptom except the symptom that I can't even pronounce. Arithmetic. This one. Arrhythmia. Arthralgia. Arthralgia. And just because I don't know how to pronounce arthralgia, I guess that makes me not the expert on this subject matter. Check it out yourself. It is available on the Moderna website. But for more information about the pseudovirus neutralization assay ID 50 responses, they break it down this way. And then as you see on the right side, call out red data points in convalescent group indicate specimens that were also tested in ELISA and PRNT assays. I'll just break this one down pretty quickly and keep it moving as you see the different doses. And then day 43 is the big call out where they keep saying, well, we detected T cells at day 43, day 1, the day 15, the day 29, day 36 of dosage 25 UG, day 57 of dosage 100 UG, day 57 of coronavirus, a vaccine candidate participant trial. Bruh got the chills and he was tired. And that was the severe adverse reaction to Moderna's candidate. But if you want to know about what kind of trays they use in these science projects, you're going to have to go to the website. The part of the study that I was most interested involves what happened in the actual test. And it's not whether or not messenger RNA 1273 elicited T cell responses. I'll give you their quote again. Vaccination with 100 UG mRNA-1273 led a Th1 biased CD4 plus T cell response. I could show you better than I can tell you. But again, this isn't my information. And for that gives them the authority to say, well, we have the right to copyright. And for B1 Brother Moses, I say, well, I have the right to free speech and we need to share this information. And for fair use, this information is important. We have a whole bunch of smart people who know about lymphocytes and cytokines who are talking about this, but they're not answering the actual question. The question isn't whether or not your vaccine candidate elicited T cell responses. That's not even half the actual battle. Again, that's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking whether or not you can detect T cells in a blood swab. I'm not asking whether or not you can detect antibodies in a nose swab. I'm not asking what kind of trays you used. I'm not asking what kind of syrup your products were tested in. I'm asking for, well, serological assays for severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2. Severe acute respiratory syndrome. And they say severe adverse events like the chills, nigga. And if I did want background on what kind of tray you were testing and what kind of syrup you were using, believe me, I know where to at least look or to start looking for that research. And that information, hey, I got to do it like I wrote it. Look, we know the background story here. Ongoing coronavirus. I've shared the ongoing coronavirus updates. Hopefully you found some of that healthy in this conversation, which was more about the economy and than it actually was the people, but there's science. But the aim, and I don't want it to be mine's, this group of Chinese folks that includes someone named Joseph T. Wu, because you know that Wu family, Dr. Wu, Dr. Wu, Mr. Wu. That was from a movie. You should name that movie, and you can name that movie. I send you name that movie for a PayPal. I got PayPal. Name that movie for a $10. Woo, Mr. Wu. If you can name that movie, I'll send you. First person that I see in the chat as I review it, Mr. Wu, because I just want you to remember. But they said our objective was to develop and evaluate serological assays applicable in large-scale seroepidemiological studies. And this publication is March 2020. I know where to look. In this report published to Eurosurveillance, Europe's Journal on Infectious Disease Epidemiology, Prevention and Control. This information, though, is brought to you by the source ncbi.nlm.National Institute of Health. NIH. You can fact check me all you want. You can actually add the thing on the bottom for more information. And I don't mind that at all because I know I'm giving the right information. I'm fact checking the fact checkers. Look, I'll give you another hint. The same movie for that. Did I say $5? Yeah, $5 PayPal. If you can name the movie where who's going to monitor the monitors of the monitors? And he said, well, babe, I think you should. Who's going to monitor the monitors of the monitors? See, if we grow impatient with how long it's taking these people to produce the information that we've been asking for, we know one thing's a fact. We will continue to see more outpatients. And whether you are, the minute the vaccination is there, I'm getting one for my family and I want one for my kids. Whether you're on that side of the argument or you're an anti-vaxxer, this information is important as we determine what will the actual care options be for those in America and in the world, really, who experience what I term coronanoia. See, when I say coronanoia, they say, oh, we got to strike that channel. We can't let him share that information. He's sharing fake news. He's sharing fake news. But if I actually share the screenshots, they strike it and say, oh, well, he's content. Those aren't his words. And then when I tell you it's the actual words of the actual doctors who are doing the research and finding out which test kits and which trays should be used before they're used and mass developed for large scale sero epidemiological studies, even while human subjects are raising their hands and volunteering to be injected with these vaccine candidates, even while all of this is happening and people are just missing it because there's something else that we should be watching right now. To the point where we just want the person delivering the information to get to the damn conclusion. We want them to skip beyond all the methodology of the research process. Don't even show me your research methodology, B1 Brother Moses. That's not what I'm interested in. Don't show me how this is the actual group that developed the ELISA that I was just talking about for the Moderna to detect the IgG and the IgM. So you want the IgG? You want the IG? Or do you want the IgM? I'm going to give you the IG. I'm going to give you the IgG. You look like you get the IgG. And this one is the IgM. And even though you may not know what the IgG is or the IgM, it may mean something to you when I say it. It may mean something to you because it just hits a little bit different as they start talking about antibodies. And when you break up antibody, you see that is antibody. And we ask the question about whether or not that vaccine can prevent the coronavirus from spreading. We're talking about inside the body, since that's what you want to start injecting in people. And when we ask the question, we're talking about your premise, which says, well, we're going to use messenger RNA that can replicate the protein spike, because we aren't idiots. And we understand that the protein spike is just one part of the coronavirus itself. That talking about the protein spike is based off of a methodology that says if we can stop it, the COVID, from attaching to human cells via this protein spike, we will stop the COVID, which is still just a smart ass assumption. Because what happens when you find out that your ability to replicate something that elicits T cell responses is not the same thing as, and the T cells kill COVID. And that's why you can get all the way to day 43 and day 43 information can be pushed off as 100%. It's 100% in the headlines to where they're like, it's a go, all systems go, and the biggest drug dealers in the world will show up and tell our regulatories, I know I'm not answering the question, I'll prove it anyway. I'm going to tell you about the methodology. I'm going to tell you what our aim is, and I'm going to be fully transparent to the point where if somebody watching looked at they care about who is the source or what is the source, and they also care about, well, who the fuck is that? And I keep making the references to Wu. They looked over there and was like, damn, this entire study looks like it's all Chinese people. It's a whole Wuhan lab at Johns Hopkins. No, this one was at Hong Kong. They had that early data because they were closer to the source as so advertised. But no one cares about the argument that the source is China anymore. And it seems that no one will push back on the fact that we were running out of monkeys and pushed forward human trials. Because everybody just wants to jump to the conclusion where they say using IgG, ELISA based on the RBD of the spike protein to screen sera for SARS-CoV-2 antibody, followed by confirmation using PRNT90, is a valid approach for large-scale seroepidemiological studies, epidemiology studies. And at some point, they don't have to care that people may not know what any of that means, as long as they can say it causes the chills, the vaccine causes minor headaches, it can cause fatigue. And as long as Moderna can say severe adverse events are insignificant, and as long as they avoid headlines where, I don't know, something like allergies ends up killing the participant, my next prediction, it's not a stock prediction, it's not even a stock recommendation, but my next prediction is that yes, Moderna will also be approved. They actually look at the case for answering the question or not. Whether they say, Moderna, does your messenger RNA 1273 do more than elicit a T cell response? Does it elicit T cells that can fight back and win against SARS-CoV-2? That's the question that, hey man, and it's $1 billion question. It is multi-billion dollars, and hopefully you see that. So let's drop with the whole, I want to present data. I hope you appreciated all of that. I hope you appreciated all of the sources and all of that information that I shared here with you here today. This was the long stream, and it's been a while since I had a real good serious stream. The last one before this was mostly satire as we gave Mark Zuckerberg his L, his honorary Black L. Black L is an English thing for legal terms that are commonly known or something like that. The Black L that we passed out was also passed to the damn senator who was trying to show us, here, I have a mask, and he put his hands directly on the mask, which is a no-no because that is the same spot where the coronavirus would be. And you can't just say that. So I showed you the sources from the Johns Hopkins, which has received substantial funding from us as taxpayers to do all of this research. And I showed you the primary source there, who was the one who pushed the message about it lasting and surviving on surfaces. This was before they even said, look, the summer is going to be a little bit warmer. And so they asked the question, will they kill it? She didn't say, no, it won't kill it. Nah, fool, it's a virus. It's going to survive. It's not going to get that hot. Even in Phoenix, Arizona, it will not get so hot that the virus won't survive. She didn't come out and just say that. And then that set the premise for what we see today, the argument they're using. Well, we predicted that in the winter seasons that it's colder, and, because I could say less. Fuck your prediction. The biotech prediction was a big one. But Texas, third largest, and now we see their hospitalization rates, that 10,000. Amazon, 20,000. Do you think they'll be the 20,000? Amazon, as big as they are, the story about it lasting on surfaces for a certain period of time, and then 20,000 test positive. That's a case study group in itself. And whether or not whatever they had was transferred via the packages they delivered to anyone in our community. But we can't get them to answer billion-dollar questions like, does the vaccine actually work? So you definitely won't expect them to answer any questions about the legality on determining who has the right to take someone else's rights. In this case, the most important thing that you should be concerned with is probably the fact that I've said antibody about 1 million. And that people may not have heard that it was all about the headlines, the headlines, the headlines. And I've given you so many headlines that it will be another year before people pull out all of the headlines that I extracted here today. It will be a year and people will still be watching the Pfizer stock price. And so the timestamp at less than $50 will be something that people say today and later, whether or not it was a good idea. That at one point it was $1 and that it was less than $5 for 10 years. So it took a long time. But yeah, the federal government, which is our money, gave the biggest bailouts that we've ever seen to the biggest drug dealers. And they did it right in our faces. And so let's drop the data and get personal as I close this thing on out. I began this presentation with looking back. Hopefully we are all here at the same place together right now. I began with this page actually when I was creating the content, and then I worked backwards to deliver the content in my own PowerPoint, which is how I was able to then capture the screenshot of the PowerPoint. Because at those points, look, I saved a whole lot of time by not going into Goodyear, who I refused to call good man, and that case study which looked at participants' rates. All that's needed from that is to say, and I and any researcher should have access, open source access, to race-based data as we look at these clinical trials. And the example then are those with pre-existing conditions. That is the Medicare or the Obamacare standard. And the pre-existing conditions can then be disseminated by the parent concerned with whatever the existing condition might be. Not just parent, guardian, or son. For those concerned with the elders in the nursing homes and such. Whatever the concern, the information should be readily available. And right now, they'll just keep telling us to go to the CDC. And the more I go to the CDC, the more frustrated I become, because the race specific data that gets down to the granular level of, let's say, and has asthma. It's just not being made accessible by those who are supposed to be regulating this, or those who are actually using Black human subjects for their clinical trials. Now, those human subjects, voluntary. And so the ethical dilemma then, from the color of COVID story, as we determine rights competing against rights, from the HIV community and their advocates, they say, well, we have the right to be included. Moderna, they said, you don't got the right to shit. And that's another one of those stories that we'll be visiting for years to come, I believe. Moderna. All right, so I'm going to give you my personal this way. When I was making this slide here, my niece, 15-year-old African-American, would not have been eligible for a coronavirus vaccine because, as we saw, or to even be a participant in the clinical trial, regardless of how much coronanoia she experienced, and even if she was one who tested positive. Her data may have been used simply because she tested positive, and she no longer has the right not to disclose. She no longer would have not had the right of patient-doctor confidentiality. Not in a pandemic, there is no rights there. That's the Hippocratic oath that they would have disclosed to the federal government another positive confirmation, and that they would have gotten paid for it because it's big, big, big business. And so while my niece, and even mine as the guardian, would not have had rights, that information still would have made it into an examination, while she could have been denied access to the clinical studies. But my niece, that niece, because she's a 16-year-old African-American, would have likely faced discrimination because of her age rather than because of her race. There could have been other factors like her height, her weight, her body weight index, or whatever it is. Other disqualifying but she asked, why am I making, or what am I working on? And so remember, it's PowerPoint starts off with just a white screen. It's a blanket canvas, and there are some people who like a lot of white. I particularly don't. I particularly like visuals that stimulate thought. For me, I like this slide more than I like a lot of the slides that I've created. This one, vaccine prioritization, is clearly right there on there. It looks like a microscope in the back is looking at something. We don't know exactly what they're looking at, but we say they're looking at some substance. And then I've also superimposed from the stock images a couple of other images. There is a shade of coronavirus in the top right corner that I've also put into the image because I wanted to stay focused. And then the other subject in this PowerPoint presentation appears to be an African-American woman, and then there's probably an age range there associated with it. I understood that marketing is about influencing individuals' conscience. It's about positioning of objects so that the audience may respond to them. And those audience responses that you're looking to elicit, well, those responses are going to be natural to each participant. Each participant will have their own preconceptions. What is stimulated in one participant may not be the same as what's stimulated in another, but there are often cases where you can get pretty close to a good group, all being stimulated by the same image and it eliciting the same response. And so I wanted to talk about assumptions based on marketing. And in order to do so, this image is just an image of a cutout woman in PowerPoint. And I attach to it certain characteristics like race and age. But it's actually just an image of cutout woman as a file that is being saved. And many people can access the file and look it up for themselves. The thing that stands out the most about preconceptions and stimulating thoughts is that most people, when I said woman, was like, yeah, it looks like a woman. But most people would say doctor when they see that image. It was one of the things that I was thinking. And because assumptions can be wrong, even manipulated to be wrong, I want to clarify again, in case you missed it. This is not a doctor. This is an image of a woman, and that's it. What makes people think that this is a doctor? Probably because of a couple of things, like it's mixed in with there's a microscope on the left. It looks, may not know that it was the coronavirus, but it looks like a virus on the right. And then you have this woman with a stethoscope around her neck. Now, when I talk about assumptions, I also know that there are assumptions based on the marketing that says, of course, this isn't a doctor. There aren't black women doctors, fool. Even Johns Hopkins has the Wuhan University. It's full of Chinese. You're welcome. Second, personal experience, not my niece. This isn't my niece, of course. This is just a cutout image of a woman with a stethoscope around her neck. And then people see stethoscope on her neck. And then now that's a doctor. And they don't care what kind of doctor, doctor in education, doctor in epidemiology, doctor in sales. They don't care. They see the doctor and it's an automatic trust-based relationship. And the only reason why they would ever need to see this doctor is if they had some form of coronanoia. And maybe they experienced symptoms that were mild to moderate or severe chills, but they trust the doctor simply because they saw the stethoscope around their neck. Vaccine prioritization. I actually experienced coronanoia and could not get tested even after delivering the content about the expansion of testing capabilities. Can you believe that shit? I could not get a test. And I actually went to a doctor, and that doctor is a black woman, and she also used the stethoscope. And essentially, that doctor was trying to reassure me that, look, there's not much that we can do. She did not use the same language as one would anticipate when you think about professional doctors. There wasn't the masking of the thing that needed to be said. There wasn't the masking of the answers. Well, there's no evidence to suggest, and it is likely. There wasn't none of that. My Black doctor knew that the best way to communicate to me would be real and authentic. She didn't use cuss words like I did, like, what the hell is that? And how much is that going to cost me? Excuse me, how much is that shit going to cost me? Because for all we know, what's in the bottle could actually be bovine shit. And they just put it in a bottle and sold it because they knew that people were hoping it would work. And so if they could only provide hope in a bottle. And so the way she spoke to me was as if she understood that I was a nigga in search of answers, but a nigga who was afraid more or less. And I was afraid for my children, and I was afraid for my niece, and I was afraid for my wife. I was afraid for my life. I was afraid that this novel coronavirus could have something in it that fucks up my reproductive tract, even though I already got 2 kids. I still don't want nothing fucking with my balls. I just don't want that to happen. But that doctor kept it real, and she essentially said, this is not what the doctor actually said. Like, I'm not showing you her words on the screen like I've done for so many other experts. Because that's my personal doctor, primary physician in provider care, who tells me about what my care options will be. And I have to trust that doctor has done the research on the AstraZeneca vaccine candidate, has done the research on the Moderna messenger RNA 1273 candidate, and has done the research on the Pfizer and its partnership with BioNTech and their candidate. And shit, I want to know that they've done the research all the way down to what type of syrup they put in the dishes that was testing the blood. Did they test it on that water-based syrup? Because, you know, you got to have the water in there. If they didn't have the water in there, it just doesn't work. It's not the same. It only works in the water when I need that 100 dose. I think I need that 250 because I was asleep a long time. I had the coronanoia and I couldn't get tested. You know what the doctor said to me at the time? I actually went through the system. I actually called all the hotlines. I went through my job. I was like, what do I do? What do I do? I think I have it. I think I may have contracted the coronavirus. I think I have it. What do I do? What do I do? I think I have contracted the coronavirus. I was saying, I think I have contracted it. I think someone in my family may have been exposed. I think someone in my family may have been exposed to the coronavirus, and I want to get them tested. Where do I go? What do I do? Where do I go and what do I do? I think someone in my family may have contracted or come into contact with someone who has contracted the coronavirus. I was saying this, and the fear was actually genuine. But when I went to get the test and I had the conversation, you know, you do the whole pee in a jar. I did it. They didn't even have my doctor didn't even have the through the nose to see if you've already had, or to see if you have it right now. They didn't even do the test to see if you've had it. See all of those different tests and things that we were able to break down today. It's like a piss in this jar. It looks like you're dehydrated. Stop drinking all them energy drinks and start focusing on more water, more juice, and get you some halls, like Dr. Aaron, by the way. Get you something for your throat. Sound a little scratchy. Do shorter live streams. She didn't say all that. She essentially said what sounded like to me, nigga, there ain't no vaccine yet for you, for your kids, or for your pregnant wife. My wife ain't pregnant, by the way, but that's what it sounded like she was saying to me. She kept it way too real as a doctor, man. She kept it too real to be a real doctor. And she was Black like this image, so I'm ready to go back and check her name tag one more again. That's how real she kept it. Personal experience number 3. The corona family quarantine. It's my last personal experience. Hopefully you're rocking with those the same way you rock with the information about white folks talking about drugs and all of that. But the Corona family quarantine was a hard episode for us. At this time, we were able to get tests. And my daughter was the first candidate for the coronavirus test in my own household. If she survived the test, then we good. But you can't kill me, the breadwinner. Nah, sorry. The antibody test is something that they weren't administering. Just the let me stick the Q-tip up your nose. And so the hardest part about me as the protector of the daughter and of the family and of the wife was the privacy concerns, although Goodyear, who I refuse to call Goodman, his study pointed out that most people aren't concerned with privacy and filing a police report or some big, you know, the civil rights case that everybody gets into, a class action lawsuit. They weren't concerned about those. It's not like a Johnson & Johnson baby powder class action lawsuit is going to come up if they get it wrong, because they essentially walked down to the agency and the agency bowed down anyway. Like a bitch. And so my Corona family quarantine story, because we were experiencing anxiety, in hindsight, we should have went to see the head people, because they're the ones who will sell you drugs for anxiety. Why did we go get tested for corona when the symptom was anxiety? The people who sell anxiety are not the same people who do tests for coronavirus. It's just not the same people. Until they are. But my family quarantine experience was one to where we had another word outside of coronanoia. My daughter should have a trademark, because as her experience in the quarantine, she was the one who got tested first, and she was our family candidate, and we thank her for her courage and for her investment into the human experience and into the science. We thank her. Thank you. If she can hear me. But as compensation, excuse me, is often due for these groundbreaking innovations. These groundbreaking innovations that would be a stretch if we say a black woman invented that COVID vaccine, because we kind of misinterpreted what Dr. Fauci was saying. If we do that, we would be saying, and she deserves the credit, but we would also be saying, show me the patent where she has residual right for her role in the creation of this thing. That's just not the case. From the evidence that I find, it's mostly Wuhan that's been driving the sharing of information and so forth when it comes to the actual legitimate patents. Other than that, all we're talking about is patents for drugs that major big pharmaceutical companies, get this, they already own these patents. And so the federal government is spending billions of dollars for them to say, yeah, you can use my patent XYZ to generate 100 doses. Go ahead, 100 million doses. But I'll tell you, this remdesivir, this reservoir, this remdesivir, this whatever the fuck that name is, no one cares. Remdesivir. No one cares about its efficacy on pregnant women fighting against malaria. No one cares that that same product could just be repackaged and sold as a cure for the coronavirus that will protect you and grant you immunization. That's the word. No one cares whether it does it or not, whether it will give you immunization from it. And at this point, based off what I heard in the research, and this is finally my feedback, what I heard, the agencies don't care. that the question of whether or not they've generated a product that creates T cells that deactivate or kill coronavirus, that was not on the table. The question was, did they have a sound process, a methodology? Did they purchase the right amount of trays? Does their data look right? And the appearance of data, well, that's just a visual presentation, somewhat similar to the one that I've created on this one. And for family quarantine reasons, if I coined coronanoia, then the symptom that I didn't see on there as either mild or moderate, or maybe I just didn't know what it was. I'm pretty sure I know the name for one, and it wasn't on their list. But my daughter, during Corona family quarantine, who was the first in our household to get tested for what she said was symptoms related, but was actually really a testing of her anxiety, although we went to the wrong specialist. Don't let that go over your head. We went to the wrong specialist. Just take my word for it. But my daughter, who is not a specialist and probably can't pronounce a lot of these words and doesn't know what a lot of these concepts are, but who will watch this and still be able to find value in the fact that it was discussed. She may still find value in saying stocks, oh, it was $50, it was less than $50, and then maybe it conjures a thought later that to look at it. And we don't know, 700% growth, that is a lot from something that's $50. And we know that if you put your money in the bank, they might not give you anything back for a whole lot of years. But if you bought a stock that increased by 700%, I mean, I don't have to be an economist to say that sounds like a pretty good deal. I paid $50 and then it was worth like $1,000. It was worth $1,000. It seems like a pretty good deal. But my daughter, who may not receive a single stock or share, for the billion-dollar questions being asked and by the HHS, by Jerome. She asked why I was on the toilet so much, and I said, it's because I think I have diarrhea. And thus she proceeded with her smart ass mouth to coin the term pooperona. She said the symptom is pooperona. And that pooperona was, it should technically be considered a severe reaction. I promise you it should be severe. Today, virtual press conference, first COVID-19 vaccine, 12/12/2020, as part of the FDA's commitment to transparency. They invited us to watch our virtual press conference to be live streamed. So they invited it to be live streamed over the FDA's YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter accounts on December 12th, 2020 at 9 a.m. Eastern time, which is 7 a.m. my time. I started my presentation at 7:30, and because I've been in share mode, I don't even know what time it is, but I'll tell you 7:30 was 30 minutes late for the meeting, which is okay. There's definitely more than one strand, Midtown Pookie. They said there's multiple cases of HIV. I was looking at the Wuhan information and my dude was like, let me take this off the screen now. We're done. Appreciate it. Dude was like, one of these doctors, these mad doctors, he's from India, of course. So these Asians that they give the benefit to. His interest was HIV. And so in this presentation, I talked about the color of COVID. And the argument is whether or not people with HIV should be considered. That's their argument in the HIV community, which is a valid concern. The CDC is right there in Atlanta, and there are a number of cases of HIV right there in Atlanta. So for me, the argument is you cannot tell an Atlanta citizen who has AIDS that they cannot be a participant in any of these clinical trials. And the argument is whether or not that person who says I'm a participant in this clinical trial is even given a vaccination. And at that point, is it the vaccination that was proven to work? In this case, do you give them the 25 UG dose? Do you give them the 100 UG dose, which is the one they said was proven to work? Or do you give them the 250 UG dose? Or do you just not give them the dose at all, i.e. Tuskegee experiment? See, they think that this Black First is only about bringing up the history of the Tuskegee. But what we say is that if we would have had somebody able to provide this information then, hopefully we would have convinced less people to be a part of the Tuskegee experiment, or we would have been able to convince the people administering the Tuskegee experiment to change course and do the right thing. We are not responsible for whether or not the people who we've imposed our influence on actually are receptive of it. We are responsible for exerting our influence. And I am not able to protect my own household against the threat of coronavirus being spread even in my own household, because my daughter is the manager of everything Amazon. Every package that comes in, 20,000 Amazon workers tested positive, and we know based on the data that the doctor said it can be spread on surfaces for more than a day. The coronavirus can survive on the surfaces for some hours all the way out to a day. GBS, my guys, salute. I will definitely check it out. I appreciate that we've had quite a few folks come in and rock with us, so I do want to give some shout outs as I'm checking out. I haven't been able to go live because I live in an area, and believe this, when it comes to telecommunications, the first thing people were talking about was coronavirus and 5G. I moved to an area that has suppressed broadband or internet broadband. And so while many people may experience, super fast internet speeds, mine's was processing, at like megabytes per second. And if that, while some people, I was at work and I had coworkers who were processing, their computers were processing at 1 terabyte speed. Mine's was still in the megabytes. And then I took a screenshot of how fast my computer was, and it was just bytes. I said, wow. And so that was preventing a lot of information from being shared. So you see, there's a lot pent up in this. And so I got to give a couple of big shout outs. I call it like I see it, the biggest drug deal that just happened, and we got to sit here and watch it live. I started it with the live show, and then I went into the information. You better watch them, GBS. Them serpents is still moving, and just because we've identified them as serpents does not mean that the battle is done. In the medical space, when it comes to the Hippocratic Oath, it is those serpents winding across what they consider to be the ethical dilemma, or the pole of ethical dilemma. Both serpents and the dilemma itself have rights. The candidate or the vaccine, the BRT, whatever that was called, the BMT, that has rights. The non-human primates at Wake Forest and at Emory University would have more rights than the HIV patient. They could get better health care as a primate, as one of those rhesus monkeys that are injected, and they would get better health care than that person with HIV and AIDS. Now, I'm just concerned about asthma because they told me it was a respiratory disease. And I do have a couple of people who tend to have, which is why I thought the word was arrhythmia, like meaning of how much they breathe and how, and then I keep saying UG, which I do understand is moo. And there's my daughter. Hi. There's the inventor of the trademark, or should be a trademark, Pooperona. It prevents against Pooperona. There she is. We're not the same. We're definitely not the same. Look, the conditions And the genetic makeup of me, as much as they want to say that that's the same, I understand dominant and recessive traits. I understand that. And so I also understand that you're not supposed to be going in there trying to mess with that. And what you produce may be a recessive trait to a more dominant viral. That virus, what you produce may be something to which is like, oh, okay, that was a small protein spike that you were able to produce. And so even though you got a T cell, the body was now looking to fight against irregularly odd-shaped protein spikes on the coronavirus. And thus, when the actual coronavirus hit that nigga body didn't latch on. It learned how to latch on to a smaller thing. It didn't lymphocytes and cytocytes. I'll leave the smart people to talk about that. I'm going to just tell you what it is. Brother Rob said, judging from the data, I believe there was more than one strain of COVID. Absolutely agree. And then GBS is the one who gave me a link and said, check this out, which I will. Don Cato. Gray Wolf. Understanding messaging mRNA, literally alternating DNA through splicing RUN. Oh, through splicing. Oh, yeah, he's saying run. Messenger RNA. Anyway, my name is B1 Brother Moses. This has been my presentation of information on the Coronanoia. Let's see if they cut me out or if they allow this thing to go on and live. To finish out, I have a series that I'm thinking about doing. It's called Lessons Over Music. And since I am doing a series called Lessons Over Music, I think I want to give you at least one more thing to go away with. So give me a second here as we cue this thing up. I am looking for file open. I don't want to do the Fred Hampton. Yeah, let's do this one. So I got a song I'm working on, and I do need it to be recorded so I can hear what it sounds like. And so I'll put it here on the end of this one, original content, under license by the owner. It's called Ticking Time Bomb. And since I am done with my presentation, I'll jump into some music to close you all out until I at least get to the point of where I have music to share. So what I want to do, if that's all right, and I didn't see anybody in the chat name the movie for that $10 PayPal. Nobody named the movie. I gave you the best hints, man. Who's gonna monitor the monitors? That's what she said in the movie. And then the other one, anyway, if you couldn't get it off that one, and you're all good. But yeah, let me do this last little section of this, and then I'll close it on out. You see here, this is what we're working with. We're trying to get there. Trying to combine that with an image of the ancestor. Young Fred Hampton, murdered at age 21. Trying to get closer to a conversation about his works with an understanding of the Black Stone Rangers, or the Black Peace Stones, or that rainbow coalition that was established then. But because I'm so complicated, like I overcomplicate some things. Like going through the invasion of America and the confiscation of all Indian lands in order to find out who did what to whom and why we should give a fuck. And using information like this data visualization tool, USG Maps, to make my points. That way, you know that it's not just me saying something to be saying it when we talk about history in a certain time period or when we talk about certain adverse events. And the same way that we can look at all of the land in this interactive time lapse map that shows how the US took more than 1.5 billion acres from Native Americans. And it can show you this over time without apology and the establishment of reservations. See, I don't want to just be the one saying the thing. I want to actually show you the tools and the methodology, but it's not the sexy headline that people like. I overcomplicate it by doing more research than's needed on population, historical census statistics on population totals by race, 1790 to 1990, which is critical in my argument. Look, there's race-based data that goes back to the 1700s. That includes the status of men free versus. Why the hell can we not get information pertaining to the coronavirus global pandemic, which is said to be 2 times to 7 times more than the people confirmed? And then I like to bring in sources like LSU, the libraries, Free People of Color in Louisiana, so we can look specifically at case studies. Mulattoes, for instance. Because when it comes to free people of color in the Americas, well, that goes back before the establishment of America. People were free and they were of color before Christopher Columbus, according to our great academicians. But if we want to talk about it and we want to find sources that say the same, because people will ask, of course, we want to be able to say LSU Libraries has the free people of color in Americas chronologically. And if you want to know about those Creoles and the mixing between the Black or the Irish and the Indian, they do have a case study on Louisiana, since they are LSU, that is, the library that houses said repository. But there's also militant folks that I deal with in my network who be like, man, I need to see the actual data. Show me I need the primary. And they will argue with me up and down in a debate about what signifies as a source. And so like this daguerreotype here, housed by the Library of Congress, it's in its digital file print here. Digital file from the original print, then black and white, photographs division, and where it's housed. They want to dismiss it because they would look at the image and they would say, well, this is just a picture. It has subjects that are painted and expressed through the lens of an artist. But those aren't real slaves that you see here. The primary evidence would be the actual real slaves, not images of people representing slaves. And you would assume that they're representing slaves because of how they're dressed. Like you would assume that these people are soldiers because of how they're dressed. You would assume maybe this person works for this railroad or against this railroad with the fact that he has a tool in his hand. You can make assumptions that this man is an equestrian and that he's trying to get a good look at something. You could assume that this person is trying to tell him, you don't even need that binocular because I can point towards where the problem is. Or you can assume this burning building actually burned, but it would all just be assumptions. It would all the same thing that we see. When I say we're not the same, I am actually talking about genetics and DNA, and I'm not the one who said that shit. To show the Smithsonian Institution and how they're saying this is a European skull. And then they look at this one and say, well, this is an American Indian skull. And then they look at this one and say, this is a sub-Saharan African skull. That they are the experts on being able to determine the post-mortem racial classifications. But if B1 Brother Moses, a skilled and ready to go researcher, requests information on the coronavirus by race, oh, we ain't got that, boss. But you can tell me by the size of somebody's skull after they're dead for hundreds of thousands of years, by their sloping orbits and their nasal spine. That was an African. People always just believe the doctors. I was trying to have a conversation with my brother Top Cat because that is my big chief, not some chief of diversity and inclusion network program. I'm glad to be here looking as I don't rock with that, bro. I don't give them that kudos. I give you satire. I actually bought this one, so let's see if this one actually works. Now, do I want to do the? Yeah, let me see. Now I got another dilemma. Both of the songs are right and ready to be distributed, but I'm in the middle of a thought. That thought, which is like this one. These are actual screenshots. There's a lot of people talking about the FDA advisory panel. There's 529 watching this one. There's 1.1 thousand watching this one. There's 15,000 watching this one. If you just want to go by the numbers. Thank you all for rocking with B1 Brother Moses. Courier Journal. Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron responds to Louisville declaring racism is a public health crisis. It's not just B1 Brother Moses. If you've listened to this presentation, I'm not the one who has to say it, even though I did say it. I didn't say it as a headline as simple as Ayanna Archie did. Racism is a public health crisis. I didn't. I just showed you that somebody else said it. They're published. Probably not published to the New England Journal of Medicine, but they're published. Hey, someone said enemy of the state. That's what's up, man. Hey, one of these days, I'm going to have to shoot you the Cash App while we're both together in a space, man. I got the PayPal. I don't have Cash App. Kyle Grove. Man, hey, if you don't know, MosesJenkins.ca@gmail.com is my name. I'm gonna leave that on till I finish the presentation. Then I'm gonna take it off. Shoot me the email. I'll shoot you the PayPal, $10. That enemy of the state and you being able to say it versus me having to give that title is huge. The enemy of the state in this case is the actual SARS-CoV-2. It's the virus. But rather than treating SARS-CoV-2 as the enemy of the state, they made this shit personal. And thus, we got to fight back. Global cases, according to Johns Hopkins University and Medicine, global cases 71,298,600, with 15 million being in the United States and more than 295 deaths. Souls lost to the coronavirus at the time of presentation as updated by the source. Big topic as we wind it down, FDA clinical trials. Would you want to be a part of one? Have you experienced coronanoia to the extent that you wanted to get tested, which is by default opting into what could be considered clinical trial type data, where they take the look at the results, and then if someone reached out to you and said, hey, we want more tall black people. We want more tall black people in our clinical trials. Would you be willing to participate? It's not going to hurt at all. Most people experienced a little bit of sleepiness. Some even got the chills. It was about 3 of them. Would you participate? Do you think mandatory vaccinations is even worth spending 3 hours discussing? Or are you still locked into the Black Lives Matter agenda and how they were asking the right question to get the millions and million, they were asking the $1 million questions. Maybe this is still the primary focus and not as much stocks and bonds or even the investment in human capital. I know many are still focused on the election, so political capital and its import. Or maybe it's not this story. This is actually the Juneteenth speech by this guy. And what he had to say here was very triggering, but he said it nonetheless. And I'm going to let him say it in his own words. If it works, of course.
That is the purpose of leadership. Also, the purpose of leadership is to be a reasoning voice in the times of chaos. So, those 5 years have taught me a few things. The first thing they taught me was that your own people are your...
What? Hold on. Slow it down. Someone may have missed that. Let me turn his volume up as high as it can go. Let me also make sure that y'all can hear this because, you know, sometimes StreamYard, I'll be double clicking on it and stuff. So I got to make sure that y'all, did y'all hear that?
So, those 5 years have taught me a few things. The first thing they taught me was that your own people are your own worst enemy.
I would think that it's probably some of these pre-existing conditions and not having a cure for any of those and how it impacts our lives, and then not having a cure.
Me a few things. The first thing they taught me was that your own people are your own worst enemy.
My own worst enemy. Let me think about that. There is something that is a microbe, a 1/1,000,000th, which is an actual Eugene are talking about the doses, but 1/1,000,000th of a gram. It's that small. Can stab me in the lungs with one of its spiked proteins. And in my family's experience, it happened to one of the elders. They contracted it. And 3 days later, they are another soul as another statistic. I would think that's probably more accurate. I can't say that what he's saying is not accurate to him.
The place. That is the purpose of leadership.
Tell me.
Also, the purpose of leadership is to be a reasoning voice in the times of chaos.
Okay.
So
those
5 years have taught me.
What them 5 years teach you, Grant?
The first thing they taught me.
What's the first thing it taught you?
Was that your own people are your own worst enemy.
So maybe that story is top of the list for some people. It's not as much for me. Mine's is actually using things like demographics.virginia.edu, the dot map for educational purposes, being able to zoom all the way in and see that in this entire landmass, the blue represents white person. 1 dot equals 1 person. 1 blue dot equals 1 white person. 1 green dot equals 1 black person. A red dot equals 1 red dot, equals 1 Asian person. Orange dot equals a Hispanic person. And so I am to believe that as we zoom this down into anywhere in America and look, that this can give us race-based data that goes all the way back to 2010 census. But when it comes to the coronavirus and how it is spread throughout communities and throughout households, now we don't know race-specific information. So many resources about the coronavirus disease are already readily available and worldwide at any time. You can scroll, you can find a date and point that you would like the juxtaposition. Overall sentiment here is that 15 days. I'm talking about this period right here. where Jerome came out and said 16 days to stop the spread. And then what happened? And that's where we were then. And this is where we are now. And they still don't think that they're doing something wrong. Well, where I live, as another personal testimony here in Arizona, Maricopa County to be exact, it is also peaking. It was one of those slow to start states, places that remained open and said, man, do what you want. Masks weren't even really necessary. Private businesses would not kick you out if you did not have a mask on. And while the cases may be going down in some spaces, Maricopa County, 241,400 or 4,213 lost souls. But you can look at it and see what the numbers look like in your area. But I'm just saying the information's necessary. You're out of there, Gran. And shout out to the person, Lisa as a thumbnail, who actually shared that on their Pinterest. But July 29th, 2020, General Gustave Perna, Chief Operating Officer of Operation Warp Speed, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Washington, D.C. That's a big docs. Monsef Slaou, Ph.D., Chief Advisor, Operation Warp Speed, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Washington, D.C. That's another big docs. Francis S. Collins, M.D., Ph.D., Director of the National Institutes of Health, 9000 Rockville Pike, Bethesda, Maryland. If you don't think I'm talking about John Hopkins consistently for a reason. These three are big doxes, and this is the actual letter that was written to them when they were requesting, well, I'll let them use their own words, including African Americans in discussions of clinical trials. Now, that's where they get it wrong. Stop asking to be included in discussions, because then all they have to do is drop a live link, and now they fulfilled the requirement. That's not what I am asking for. If you are asking for inclusion in the clinical trial, be sure to make that your language. They say they represent over 12,000 infectious disease and HIV physicians, scientists, and other healthcare public health professionals on the front lines of the COVID-19 response. They were asking for inclusion of people with HIV. They said they are concerned that the exclusion criteria for who? Maybe I need to keep zooming in so you see. Moderna messenger RNA 1273 phase 3 vaccine clinical trial specifically eliminates persons living with their condition. In fact, persons living with HIV have participated in a variety of vaccine trials, including those involving live attenuated viral vaccines. With respect to COVID-19, studies have shown that persons with treated HIV do not have worse outcomes than persons who do not have HIV. If there are concerns that people living with HIV will have a unique immune response to the vaccine, this can be studied through a subset analysis of participants with HIV, as should be done routinely for participants with other chronic conditions. I say asthma because they already pushed to have their people included. But what about our children with asthma? Have we done our job? Community representation. This was critical given that polling indicates that just 50% of Americans plan to get a COVID-19 vaccine when it becomes available. So that's half and half. Half of my audience, based on the polling, might say, yeah, I'm getting that vax. The other half is like, man, I am not fucking with it. With just 25% of Black Americans and 37% Latinx reporting that they plan to do so. 50% of Americans, 25% being Black. Okay. How they dismiss it is negative effects of inadequate community involvement. Their entire thing, their whole case study, if they are not monitoring by race. And so I guess I'm just fighting for the right to have access to it myself, because I'll be looking, I'll be wanting to know how many of these goofy ass niggas is actually saying yes to this thing that they don't know what is yet, that they still haven't answered. Additional COVID-19 resources from, well, as you see here, Goodyear, who I refuse to call good man. And now it says network playing issues, but
various policies around data sharing, and Pecori both contribute to this in having some of its studies as whose participants were part of this, but they've also been extremely interested in having a formal policy on data sharing, and I wanted to update everybody on that. It is not finalized yet, but we're very, very close.
don't they always say that? We just need more information. We just need more information. We always just need more information. This Stanford Law School pusher. This one was interesting. U.S. faces monkey shortage for COVID-19. I don't want you to think I was just making it up, but it's about the rhesus monkey. They actually did an analysis of future demand and supply. Yerkes is the Emory hospital that I'm talking about. So imagine that they would have better quality care for the hundreds or thousands of rhesus macaques. And that if a rhesus macaque was to receive a vaccine candidate, that also means that it is hypocritical for someone in the HIV community to be denied it. Oh, we're going to give it to the rhesus. And I broke this information all the way down. I just skipped it because it was like, man, that is overkill. I want to send it to B1 Brother Network, B1 to the B1 Brother Taz, man. He does animal instinct stories. And so maybe we could somehow work that in there so that people can remember the rhesus macaque and how in 2016 there was a shortage, and then that there was certain clinics and certain labs that received a bonus, a number of awards and grants and whatever it is. They got big breaded, and there were even breeding colonies. Breeding colonies, because they want to know how the mother and how the fetus are infected or impacted, or what do they experience from these clinical trials, from these vaccine candidates. And so Mr. Goodyear, or Dr. Goodyear, I'll still give him doctor. As we see, the New England Journal of Medicine special article, Clinical Trial Participants' View of the Risks and Benefits of Data Sharing. This is what you call the appendix section. See, they thought I was done when I said I was done, but I still got to give you the sources. I told you I was going to give you the sources. Lightbearer says it's killing those who are Caucasian DNA. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that statement. I have no problem with the fact base in it. No problem at all. My only issue is whether or not African Americans who were dumb enough to sign up for any of these studies to be injected with any of this mystery COVID candidate, this mystery syrup, this hope in a bottle. I'm only interested in their outcomes. Black first. Clinical trial participants' views of the risks and benefits of data sharing. See, data sharing. And I'm talking about race-based data, and they're talking about the participants' views. And so this was his actual clinical trial that made him the expert and ready to speak on ethics at the FDA approval process, because he did this research, and his research, what he's actually selling is that, well, participants really aren't concerned with the legal ramifications. It's not a class action lawsuit that people are concerned with. That's not the reason why people participate. And you can zoom out, you can download it, you could do all of that. It was important not just to see criteria which can and cannot experience discrimination. Female, sex, or however you look at it, whatever word, gender, as another determinant to which people can be discriminated against. If you're under the age of 25 years, like they said, 16 years or older, they want some, but not all kids. It's another discriminatory factor. 25 to 44. My niece wouldn't make it. But when they looked at that section, 177 out of 762 participants study, and then they break it down by race, white, black, or African American, was 113 out of 768 candidates, 14.7%. I don't care if they're concerned about the 14% or the outcomes. I think that's our job. And in fact, if you really get into this brain, you'll see that I think antibody is their entire agenda anyway when it comes to eugenics, population control, and genetics. They would love to continue to advocate and propose and sell products that are for the destruction of the Black body. They would love to continue to destroy the Black body. They may be preserved, or they are stuck or hung up on their race. And they are stuck there because, as I've shown in this presentation, that's where the big bucks are in asking billion-dollar questions. See, Pfizer, Moderna, GlaxoSmith, they can get issued $1.8 billion, and the Black people, including those who sign, won't get shit to help address the desperate outcomes in healthcare. Coronavirus headline will expose that coronavirus is disproportionately impacting what they call people of color. I say you can keep the Latinx, it's too much data. You hold that. I'll take the Black data and we'll look at the impacts for Blacks and do the analysis based on asthma versus HIV. But then you find that HIV community already stepped up, raised their hand, and sent a letter to the directors of Operation Warp Speed itself. Operation Warp Speed, which was the same thing that purchased Project Lightspeed when it was just a commercial enterprise. And from there, the skyrocket of 700% stock market valuation for them. And for us, we still ain't got shit to speak of, but more lost souls. Yeah, I'm hung up on reasons of race for everything other than what others are, because the majority of candidates that do come in are already in good health. And in the study, there were only 13 out of the entire 757 who were even in poor health, which to me would have disqualified the entire study. The type of conditions, diabetes, 172 out of 771 would not be an adequate representation if you are looking at Black. And because they presented it this way, we don't know if that is Blacks with diabetes or they're talking about other people whose genetics are just different. Mental illness, though, that's a good one. 41 of the subjects, because I think it's a lot of anxiety that is the most unhealthy that may be causing what my daughter coined as pooperona, excuse me. And then they even, with all transparency, talk about the overall experience as a trial participant. See, they gave them a survey and they asked them, what's your experience in this clinical trial? And this is the expert who got to present, by the way, the seller, the pusher man. And because in his study, it revealed that more than 75% of participants said their experience was very positive. An additional 136, or about 20%, said it was somewhat positive, and that there were only 9 somewhat negative responses, and there were 0 negative responses, then they would turn it around and make the headline that says there were no very negative responses, and that's as far as we'd get. We won't get to the 9 people who had a somewhat negative experience and say, well, what was wrong with it? Because they'll dismiss it and say, well, it was only 1.2%, and that's as far as we would get. We would look all the way at the questions that this motherfucker wanted to ask on his survey, which made him the expert, and see what those questions mean and how they resonate with us. See which ones resonated with the participants then and how that information would resonate with us. 12.9, which is the very concerned, the darkest shade, has the most and the highest number of participant responses that says their concern is that their information might be stolen. Companies might use the information for marketing purposes instead of scientific purposes. It could be harder for people to agree to be in clinical trials if they know that their data will be shared. Wasn't as big as of a concern there. But when it comes to being somewhat concerned, out of all the somewhat concerned, that was the one. Just like out of all of the very concerned, it was about the theft of private information. But they like to focus on this part, not at all concerned and not very concerned. And they will lump it in and say, well, the majority, because it is 61% or 63%, they'll say the majority of people are not very concerned or not concerned at all with whether or not it's going to be harder for people to get inside of these clinical trials. That's how they spin. And so I wanted to put it on the screen so you can actually see it, embrace it. You can see what you see. And then if there's screenshots that are important to you, like I take a screenshot when it's important, something like help patients and groups of patients learn more about health problems that affect them. That is a great deal of the perceived benefit of data sharing for the participants. They were just here to help. Support learning about diseases that only a small number of people have by combining data from many clinical trials. See, the participant just wanted to be a part of the trial because maybe they had a disease or a condition that they wanted to help someone else with, like the big ones, the cancers and so forth. It's not because they wanted to be injected with some cow shit. I should be calling it cat shit. It would have a deeper impact for you later, but willingness of clinical trial participants to share their data according to the type of use and the recipient. Which of these patients see this type of use as being very likely and acceptable? Well, in that category, 79.9 to do research that will help others. Long story short, his information says that people would want to join these clinical trials because they want to help people. And why is that important? They want to join for positions of altruism, the research on health problems that affect my family or me, 78%, right there underneath the leading one at 79, because they wanted to help other people's. My family was even less than wanting to help other people's. It's altruism. Type of use to help patients and groups of patients just to learn more. That's the reason why they want to get into it or why they'd be information. That's the reason. That's the very likely reason for participants based on Goodyear, who I refuse to call good man. And so if the reason that people are joining this is because they want to help their family, they want to help others, they just want to increase the rate to which science learns, then it is a good thing for people to want to be a part of these clinical trials. Essentially, when they say, look, it might cause a headache, it might cause some fatigue, and it might cause some chills. When they can give it to you like that, that's an easy sell. That might make people want to replace the rhesus monkey and be a human subject when they already got more than enough monkeys because we already paid for them. We know they got the monkeys. Macaques. We might know it, but celebrity worship is probably more important. So let's go to Twitter real quick. See if there's anything on here. Historian of New Deal crime, liberalism, and legitimacy, books on surveillance and habeas corpus. Yeah, he got all the big words in there. They got all the billion-dollar words: habeas corpus, surveillance, the Euro surveillance community. Hold on, man. See, I don't be wanting y'all to think that I just be making it up. And I also don't want you to think that I'm just saying random shit randomly, hoping that some of it starts to make sense. The Euro surveillance case study, where we didn't need the background. We got the background. All we needed was what was their actual aim. And then many people don't want the methods. They want to jump down to the results, the IgG or the IgM, and then they just want you to tell you the conclusion. They don't want all of this information. And so I give it to you in a 3-hour format. You're welcome. Because the information is about these clinical trials. And the song that I'm working on, see, I'll be super long-winded. Y'all don't even be knowing it. Zakari, check my Facebook and check my YouTube and see if the volume's on.
For classics. For classics.com.
Unless there is someone in the chat who can tell me whether or not they can actually hear it. If the answer is yes, then we'll just keep moving forward. Let me know if you can actually hear the music and what those levels sound like on your end. Other than that, I gotta wait on my daughter to give you the actual lesson over music.
ForClassics.com.
I always do that.
That's where the music
I did right here, and then I forget how to access the StreamYard to see if there actually are people in the chat. What?
Yeah, this is for classics.
What does it say? Can you hear the music? Let me know when it's too loud. What about my microphone? What are those levels sound like? Sound okay? Hold on, let me come here. I'll be right back.
For classics.
All right, this sound okay?
Classics.com.
And to show that this is live, you only use scissors if you have to, but that is your decision to make. The rocker breaks scissors if you grab them. The rock is to defend us from the pain. Either one of us thinks subconsciously to cut, we cover up. All right, I hear myself. Let's get it. Cause the truth is yours to keep,
Where music lives.
and it's yours to tell. And if you're honest with me, that means you love yourself. To keep it real at all times, and at all times you keep it real. Keep it real.
Yeah, this is for classics.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Killing me like, what is that? You usually rock with me, and I would hit that zigzag, so I would cover you. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Now you trying to hit me with like, what is that, a 22? Is that an automatic? Look, you're laughing at it, and so I'm laughing at it, but how we get here? Take it light.
For classics.
Only use scissors if you have to, but that is your decision to make. The rocker breaks scissors if I grab them. The rock is to defend us from the painless. Either one of us thinks subconsciously to cut. We cover up. That's why we cover up. The truth is yours to keep, and it's yours to tell. If you're honest with me, that means you love yourself.
For classics.
To keep it real at all times, and at all times you keep it real. Just keep it real.
Yeah, this is for classics.
Bop, 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 bop. Fourth bop, it's what you got. It's simple rules to a game. If it's game, then it's game. Game. It's me and you and me, best of three. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Every time we disagree, there's a hidden meaning lately. You shoot the rock, and so I shoot the paper. I cover you, meaning I got you covered. Unless you cut me off. Now, I thought you'd shoot the rock, but you're trying to crush. You know rock breaks scissors into freaking dust, and that's why you kept the fist. It's about kept your hand clenched, because you ain't want to get cut. Could always know I had you when you needed it. Not answering no call until you do. The reason that my Cash App was deleted, the reason I look out for you. So those are the lyrics. Check, check.
ForClassics.com.
Only use scissors if you have to, but that's your decision to make. The rock breaks scissors if I grab them. The rock is to defend us from the pain. Either one of us thinks subconsciously to cut. That's how we cover up. And so I cover us.
ForClassics.com.
The truth is yours to
That's
keep,
where music lives.
and it's yours to tell. But if you're honest with me, that means you love yourself. To keep it real at all times, and at all times you keep it real. Just gotta keep it real.
Yeah, this is for classics.
First one. Bop, 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 bop. Fourth bop, what you got? Simple rules to this game. If it's game, then it's game. It's me and you and me, that's a three. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Every time we disagree, there's a hidden meaning lately. You shoot the rock, so I keep the paper. I cover you. That means I got you. Unless you cut me off, of course. And I thought you'd shoot the rock, so what you trying to crush? You know rock breaks scissors dust. That's why you kept the fist. It's about trust. You kept your hand clenched because you ain't want to get cut. Could always know I had you when you needed. Not answering the call until you do. The reason that my Cash App was deleted. The reason I'm looking out for you. But only use scissors if you have to. But that is your decision to make. The rock will break scissors if I grab. The rock is to defend us from the pain. If either one of us thinks subconsciously to cut, that's when we cover up. You gotta cover up.
Yeah, this is for classics.
That truth is yours to keep, and it's yours to tell. If you're honest with me, it means you love yourself. To keep it real at all times, and at all times real. Just gotta keep it real.
Classics.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. The decision is yours to make, and in this case, to vaccinate or to not vaccinate.
www.
The black man is responsible for the protection of himself, his wife, his children, his community.
That's where music lives.
And the best odds you got with this one, keep the paper. That's how you make sure you were covered up. Salute.
For classics.
I don't own that one, but I do own this one. And I love this one to death, so I'll let this one take us out. Once again, B1 Network, Brother Moses, this has been the presentation. If you look now, you will have access once again to what was shared in its systematic approach. Y'all remember Dr. U.S. Surgeon General Jerome? Mr. We Shall Overcome has been obviously quiet since he declared on February 28th
Classics.
that we had our first community transmission
That's
and that the
where
virus
music
spreads
lives.
from person to person. Now, I remember the guy from March 10th, but I also remember him because on my live stream, I was able to do satire of people like this who don't even know how to handle the mask. If there was any coronavirus caught on the inside or the outside of this mask, now it's on his fingers and he's touching the papers, he's touching the microphone, he's touching his face, he's touching that big L that we had to give that man. But that wasn't an L for our brother who wanted to talk about Abuelo, because the Latinx community was also impacted. The L for our community was the fact that there were so many health disparity research grants that investigators were conducting, and we did not get access to that information, and we still don't. Contraception and infertility studies from these weird-looking Wuhan doctors who claim to be specialists, because Kizzy, the real Kizzy, please stand up. It's not a black woman. The real Kizzy is Dr. Wu and Dr. Hung, and it's a way to remember the coronavirus and a way to feel like you're a part of it, that you can see yourself in these clinical trials like Moderna would have us to believe. This new age group, though, they only want the headlines. They don't want to dive into the real information and see that it was predicted. The time schedule was going to be a year to a year and a half for this vaccine to move from the lab into human subjects. That was March 21st, 2020, which was also at the same time while Asians were not being questioned for how many human subjects were going to be used in these clinical trials. You, my friend, B1 Network, are a part of the clinical study, whether you like it or not. You're just not the one who received even a pseudo vaccine. You got nothing. You called in and you probably couldn't even get tested for a while because you were not a high priority when 94,000 people were said to have recovered, and there were only 194,000 cases that we could speak of. At 286,000, China was number one with their 81,000, and we watched their numbers go down. Italy was number 2, Spain was number 3, Germany was number 4. We weren't top 5 until after they said 15 days to slow the spread failed, economy open, and I don't know what data or media you consume. But if you had been listening to the coronavirus update, very powerful information being shared here on the B1 Network. Texas, least aggressive, goes all the way to 10,000.
That's where music lives.
10,000. 10,000. Hospitalized. Give me that Murcielago one more again. Hospitalized being the red line, and they don't want us to talk about that red line. But we're going to talk about it because they wanted to talk about 7 million people who had to be ordered to stay home while the B1 network was adamant, stay your ass at home. But they don't like our information or the way that we fact check. They don't like that, so they have to be debunked for thinking that they can debunk P1 network. Brother Moses, as we deliver content. Dr. Fauci joins the discussion on COVID-19 vaccines in the black communities. If you haven't checked it out yet, then check it out because he's talking about a black woman in prison who had some role in it, but she isn't the inventor of the coronavirus. Don't put that shit on a sister. That's them Asians who they don't like to call out. Their model majority who's working in these laboratories sharing the information. Oh, we think we got the COVID spike. Fuck that spike. Does you having the spike stop the COVID with the spike? Don't tell me you can create something that creates the spike and not tell me whether or not you created something that can kill the spike, the thing that carries the spike. I don't want to hear that. That's not, you're not answering my question. I didn't ask you about how many businesses that you got that are working. I didn't ask you how many science labs that you got working, pumping out. I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask it at all. That was not my question. 3 million people may file for unemployment benefits. That was the devastation of economics due to the coronavirus, and that was published by Forbes. I like CNN Business. I like Yahoo. I like a number of different economic indicators that we can use. But I tell you, it was a lot worse than that 3 million. That's your update as they were testing, increasing testing capabilities. These private companies don't give not a underlined fuck. And so it is up to us to be able to share information about companies like biotech before they get a 700% growth on their stock value to where my little $5 can turn into $1,000. And you're welcome.
Yeah, this is for classics.
These are just your coronavirus updates in the way that I think that you'd probably be most receptive to this information. And now that I got my song out my system, I could go on and tell you that how is it contracted? How long does it live on surfaces? That's not according to me. That's Johns Hopkins. That's where the Wuhan lab is. And I showed you Wu, and then I showed you Han. You're welcome.
For classics.
But then I also said, just to be safe here, let's share the information from Johns Hopkins and the doctors who answered the question about how long it can exist on surfaces. And I want to share it again just so they don't try to change their subject, their tune later. See, I done sung my song. Where's that fat bitch?
For classics.
Oh, you don't like the word bitch? Well, what about all of the lives that are impacted because they have to routinely touch highly touched areas and they're blowing through protective equipment? It was important to not call a bitch then, but the bitch. 20,000 Amazon workers tested positive for COVID-19. What about them? Oh, no, we don't want to talk about them. Like my brother BMT from the LDBC Lions Den boxing community says, they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the 20,000. They didn't want to talk about the 10,000, but we going to make them do it. Because they were concerned about the summer and when it warms up, is that going to kill the virus? No, you stupid ass. Arizona does not get hot enough to kill a coronavirus, you stupid piece of shit. We saw those numbers jump through the roof and they act like there was nothing we could do about it. Oh, we're violating a stay-at-home order. We're coming with our armed machine guns and we're going to tell the governor of Michigan that she better open up or else. To the extent of wanting to kidnap an American sitting Congress member, that's how mad they was when it comes to their rights, and we ain't even willing to fight for our fucking information, our privacy, our data, our right to not disclose, our right to opt out and be fully confident in our opt out. Fuck y'all. Because we got work to do, because she was just like, there's no evidence. She should have said, you stupid motherfucker, no.
Yeah, this is for classics.
But doctors can't talk like that. They have professionalism that they have to go by. And because they have to be professional, then we have to be able to look beyond the things that are less than professional, like the Twitter post somebody made 10 years ago. We ain't gonna give her all the credit because we know that there are other people who have been instrumental in this process. Like Jerome. Like like my dude Jerome's in the house. I said Jerome's in the watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, because he's all in the bitch mouth. Future topics. Back then, were to be or not to be tested or vaccinated, and that is the Rochambeau between a husband and wife today, as Americans consider whether to destroy their own bodies potentially. They don't know, but it's an antibody, and they heard about antibodies. They know cytosines and lymphocytes supposed to do something that does something that does something else, and then I'm okay.
This is for classics.
And that's all a nigga might need to know. But if you want to know more information, the John Hopkins 30-minute briefing is available right there on their website. You're welcome.
For classics.
Big pharma drug kingpins, I don't care if you, boy, he's saying it in such a negative way. You deal drugs, bitch. You were the biggest drug dealers, and we just cut you billions and billions and billions. You get a billion, you get a billion, you get a billion, you get a billion, and there was nobody mad about that shit. Nobody was mad at the billions and billions and billions for some shit they don't even know what it is. They don't even know what it is. It's just a candidate. It's a candidate. It's a candidate. It's a vaccine candidate. Well, here's a fucking $1 billion. You give me 100 million doses when you're ready. And that's going to be the legacy. For these small folks who only get $450 million, they're not supposed to cry because $450 million is $450 million. And this is Dr. Aaron Hall. I know you know about Dr. Aaron Hall because I just told you. He was right there at the dude, the CDC dude, Dr. Aaron. Dr. Aaron was in that, he did the summary, he did the introduction. Look, it's biologics, all of these biochemical weapons that mess with genetics and all of that stuff. Dude, Aaron.
That's when music
Vaccines and related biological products, so all the product. This group right here is going to determine whether or not it's going to be healthy and efficacy for black people with asthma or HIV. Well, no, they already told HIV no, so I guess they shit out of luck. You only use scissors if you have to cut somebody. And because she is my wife and I'm not trying to cut her, and I know she doesn't want to feel that sting of being cut, I won't use scissors. My first thought then is if we're not going to be trying to cut each other, then one of us is going to have to be the rock and the other is going to have to cover. So let me just use paper because I know that there are some trust issues and some insecurity issues in some of the women that I've lived with. A natural cause due to the environments around them. It's not a genetic disorder. It's just a discomfort with trusting motherfuckers. And her discomfort with trusting motherfuckers is very legitimate. She doesn't trust people because she's unprotected. And she's always been unprotected. And niggas have never done much to be able to overturn the lack of protection for their own selves, their lives, their children, their communities. Never done much to overturn, especially when you know that in order to stop something from taking your life, you must be willing to eliminate it. And as long as you're still holding on to the white blood cells and calling white blood cells better than T cells, you will never heal. You only value white blood cells. You only value white blood cells. And you don't know shit about T cells. And so you'll never heal. And your body, your community, your people will never know what it feels like to be without the trauma of being unprotected. And it's not just that you are unprotected, the black woman. It's that even while pregnant with your seed, she's still unprotected. And it's not just that because it's your seed and that she's unprotected, but the fact that she's actually under assault. That there are some conniving mad doctors who want to put inside of her pregnant body, inside of her baby, motherfucking antibodies of some other white person from some Caucasoid mountain in the middle of motherfucking nowhere, and they just want to take that and call it a vaccine candidate and give it to niggas like they gave it to the women in malaria. Fuck you.
This is for classics.
Oh, but I need to clean up my language because that is a rock breaking scissors to fucking dust as they look to cut us up. Moses, why are you screaming? Because you can do an entire stream that is satire and It doesn't seem like satire. It doesn't even seem like it's something that people would be interested in viewing. But we're talking about biological products, and so we have to know who we talk about, like Aaron Paul on respiratory conditions, which studies cover asthma. So I wouldn't be asking about asthma unless it's a dude who actually does something with asthma. Feel me? Does BNT162B2 prevent COVID? It's on a slide. They would want to delete my entire presentation, and this is the question that has to be answered. And it's been months without actually getting an adequate answer that none of their fucking products are actually killing the motherfucking coronavirus. All they're looking for is whether or not it elicits T cells. Do you see more T cells? Then you'll probably likely get some antibodies that win the fight. Some of those antibodies might beat to hell out of SARS-CoV-2, but we don't know yet. And so we take their FDA summary findings and we document that shit. And we hold on our documents and we continue to build on our data repository so that if any of it, there is an actual criminal case against any of these big-time dope boys. Big-time dope boys. Big-time dope boys. The dope kingpin of kingpins. If there's any respite, any address towards the disparate impacts and outcomes in health for Black people, anything about restorative justice, let it be known that we did our job in making that message available. That while we may not be the experts, we know people who are experts, and we can bring them on at some point, but right now it's just enough to tell you their name. That this would be a good source to go to if you want to know about bioethics.com. But if you're still having problems determining between two decisions when both of them seem to be just decisions, do nothing, but don't say yes. FDA just says yes. This is for classics. I know you guys haven't provided an answer, but for the sake of hope in a bottle, we're just going to say yes and keep us informed. Business update for coronavirus update. Business update for coronavirus update. Business updates for coronavirus updates are only necessary when they put people who literally wrote the book on how not to evaluate and market a diagnostic test as the person who's supposed to be speaking on behalf of the altruistic candidates who would volunteer their services to these clinical trials. They would volunteer their bodies, they would volunteer their blood, they would volunteer their time. And in this survey, where Dr. Goodyear, who I refuse to call a good man, gave $40 for people to participate. You think that shit's valid? $40 while the government gives That's where music lives. Billions for asking the right question. You're gonna give me a survey and ask me a question and give me $40, knowing that the healthcare outcomes are already lopsided. For classics. For classics.com. But people just want headlines only, so Pfizer and Moderna could score 32 billion. Does that make it easy enough to tell you that they're selling you hope in a bottle? Is that the headline that sticks with people, hope in a bottle? That everything that they were doing that should have been a paid day, so people, at work who have paranoia could actually watch this stuff and process it and let it sink in. Pfizer, in getting their approval, announced that they are first authorization in the world for a vaccine to combat COVID-19. Pfizer was around $41. It's probably around $50 a share, maybe less. It used to be a good option to buy at $1 for a while for 10 years. But at $1, you can get a lot of them. Able to buy as many shares. They say the average may only have like $500 in a bank account right now. So by the time Monday or Tuesday comes around, even if I was a stock investor, What the problem is that with billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars being given to these big kingpins, they would take my sister Breonna Taylor's death and make it about her connections to the drug business. Fuck you mean that she's not able to get justice because of drugs, while at the same time holding a hearing for billions and billions and billions of more drugs. Fuck you! I get a little bit mad about it. I get a little bit passionate, which is why I want to give you the information first before I get into my bag of feelings. That the stocks are still going up and up and up, and there is nothing that we can do about it if we miss those cues. I don't want you to believe me. I want you to look at it for more than being a headline. 483 million, 1.2 billion, 450 million, 6 billion there in just the month of July. Pfizer asked a $1.95 billion question, even though they get 51.8 billion in revenue. These are the last motherfuckers to need a reparations while people are dying and can't get care. And if it wasn't my people dying, then of course I would not need data specific for black people. If it was just a all people thing, rather than the disproportionate numbers of African Americans who are dying, then it's cool if they continue to run the information. But for us, we can't allow that shit, man. We got a duty to do, and our duty is to bring it with the same level of intense passion that we would a basketball or a football celebration. Because they celebrate. They're celebrating how much is this shit going to cost me. HM, ITS, G2C. How much is this shit gonna cost me? It's like every husband's nightmare. Baby, how much is this shit gonna cost? Or when they look in and say, Dad, I made a mistake. How much is this shit gonna cost? Well, there is no mistake. We made a mistake with the coronavirus. We were supposed to have a containment strategy for those who were impacted or affected early on, but we let them break quarantine. The fact that we were supposed to have a containment strategy when it was getting to 80,000 in China, that it should have been contained over there. But at this point, as many times as these motherfuckers have said China, 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 that we should be looking at this as a biological assault attack, one to which you're not a prisoner of war, but you are a casualty of war. But they won't call it that. They'll call it an economic partnership. They'll call it an opportunity. I don't care what the fuck they call it. As long as you hear me call it like I call it. And I call it like I see it. And I call this shit the biggest drug trade I've ever gotten to witness in my life. Big drugs. And they say we're not afraid of class action lawsuits like Johnson & Johnson, who didn't even know what to do with baby powder. But they got another $1 billion question answered. What is their question if you're Johnson & Johnson? Hey, you gonna let me hold that $1 billion? I'm gonna get you some vaccine, but I need that $1 billion up front though for research and development. I got clinical trials for my Janssen product. My Janssen's looking real good in a petri dish, bitch. But we gonna have to large scale manufacture it at some point. So go on and cut me $1 billion. See, Janssen can get $1 billion as a vaccine candidate.
Yeah, this is for classics.
Moderna, Pfizer can get $1 billion, $2 billion for a vaccine candidate. But a father in Atlanta whose child has a pre-existing condition can be discriminated against in ways that they don't discriminate against in non-human primates. Took a long time for Pfizer to get this level of respect. 1980? Geez, that was before I was born, but not by much. It was 90 cents. 90 cents a share. $1 a day in this share. And the value at, let's say, a decade later is about $5 a share. Unless you're trying to get one share a day as it's going up. I'm not your stock advice consultant person. Don't go to me. Go to Yahoo Finance if you want more information about stock picks. I'm just here to say that we may have missed this one because Moderna shot through the roof and is now being awarded the contracts. They're up next. They are definitely up next. And if they don't get it direct transfers from the government, they will definitely get it out the consumer's ass.
FordClassics.com.
Yeah, plastics. I'm gonna get one more time through as I finish out. This is the information in case you missed it, and it is in fast forward. There is no political correctness here. I give you all of these sources. I'm not going back through them again. I give you the exact website, and I don't know why this one did it like this. This Teeters was not supposed to be here. Tits is not the focus of this conversation. Although it can be broken down as such, there was over 14,000 participants that are female. I would wonder if they were women, since you said it was over 16. No, how many between ages of 16 and 18? So therefore, you can stop using women and say, stop using female and say women. Then they say males, 53% of the participants are male. Now that's also interesting again, because at some point they stop being participants and start being blood samples. At some point it's subject, but it is just science.
Yeah, this is for
that the
classics.
human body has been diminished. I went in wanting to find out how many of these participants were black and what do we need to put in place as black men to protect black participants during clinical trials. By its design and based off of what I've heard in this approval process, it is not up to the participant to determine anything. All liability is shielded from both the commercial, the investigator, and the principal investigator. There is no liability if something goes wrong, because nigga, you should have known better. And the only reason why we won't tell you that, well, we'll tell you, but we'll tell you in other words, is because we don't want to deter you from doing the right thing from science. But if you ask us, how close are we towards actually knowing if this product actually kills coronavirus? There is no evidence to suggest that it actually kills coronavirus. There is only evidence to suggest from this
is for classics.
that it creates or elicits T cells. It's just a response.
For classics.
They got 4.1 times the amount of T cell response when they put in that genetically modified organism, the protein spike, or as close to it as they were able to create in their petri. Side effects? Man, chill, bruh. It was already cold. Headaches, pooperona. Our question is not about all of this. Our question is whether it will save more lives. And until we can just get them to answer that question, we're going to have to keep going back through all of the, well, what is the science and who is the source? Who is the source? Whether or not that source is actually China or was that a lie?
ASSIX.com.
We're going to keep jumping from what the objective was, past all of the methods, straight to the conclusion. Tell me what I need to know so I can get back to my Candy Crush.
That's where music lives.
Vaccine prioritization. You don't have to worry about it, nigga. You wasn't a candidate for the clinical trial, and you're not a priority for the actual vaccine. And even after they vaccinated 100 million of their own people, you niggas are still at the back of the bus. That is what they should have told the HIV community when they asked what they should tell Jerome if he asked, when shall my people who shall overcome this coronavirus together When shall my people, if they ask Dr. Kizzy, she should get the same. If Dr. Kizzy should get the same response. This shit ain't for you. And to the members of the B1 network, you can decide as you decide. Shit ain't for you. Maybe it is, but they still won't give it to you. Peace and black power. Salute. That's all I got. B1 Brother Moses, and I'm out.